How are we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Monday. Hope your start of the week is going well. Howdy, Paper Darth. Alright. So, over the weekend, I wonder picked my way into both the full art Ericas I'd been missing, so we're effectively 2-star complete at this point. There's a handful of unplayable ones that I'm missing, but all of the cards that have 2-star options that I see I play with regularly I've got now, which is nice. So I do owe you packs. I think I'm just gonna save them, Ben. With hitting the Wonder Pick 2 stars, I kind of don't have anything else I'm chasing at this point. It's actually kind of a silly way you could rig the system. So, how did you target them? Yeah, so there's people that like rip packs, or like you could go in places like find people who they opened specific cards recently. So I deleted everyone off my friends list and then only added a bunch of accounts that recently opened full art Ericas. And then I had full art Ericas appear in my Wonder Picks because all of my friend accounts recently opened full art Ericas. And it was easier to find. Yeah, I probably need to make a command for the trading leaks. I don't know. There's no, I would be really surprised if something accurate about trading leaked when we've had no leaks surrounding this game at all whatsoever. Yeah, there's too much clickbait on it to not make a command. There have been no accurate pocket leaks so far in the game's short lifespan. Take anything being shared with a huge grain of salt at this point. I think that covers it. There have been no accurate pocket leaks so far in the game's short lifespan. Take anything being shared with a huge grain of salt at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I think if they're not gonna let people trade 2-star cards, they need to really figure something out for people like me who are willing to spend money and have way too many of them. Because like for example, I have 4 full art Sabrinas, and you literally can't flare this card. And it does not take a lot of spending for these to be functionally worthless. These special shop tickets, I literally, the special shop is empty on my account, yeah? I've bought everything. I guess I have a couple more here I could get, but I could easily get these if I wanted them, and I just don't want them. They're not useful to me. Scissor, thank you for the rapidly approaching nice amount of months. I appreciate the 67. Welcome back. They'll probably, but like the amount of shop items they would like, let's just give a more, not even just Sabrina. So let's go in here and let's filter based on duplicates. Then let me filter for 2-star specifically. I have 3s and 4s of a bunch of these. And like this one I used 2 on flares already, and I already have a 3rd copy just from variants. So like if you're not gonna let people who spend a bunch of money on your game do something useful with these, and for what it's worth, the stats on these being offered 5 shop tickets for this is insulting compared to how rare it is to get these versus 1-star cards. So like, for example, let's filter 1-stars and sort by, like, look at how many of these that I have. And it's not just a couple that I have a ton of, right? And like, this is after, like, just giving us, yeah, they're getting a 3rd copy of a specific 2-star is way more rare than getting 5 extra copies of a specific 1-star. They desperately need to figure out, because like just getting more, like, how many special shop tickets am I sitting here? These are 1 apiece, right? These are 1 apiece. So I'm sitting on 12, 24, 36, 48, 58, 68, 78, 88, 96. Yeah, I'm on well over 100 special shop tickets that I'm sitting on here, and there's only how many to start? Well, I guess I can't look at what these cost. I think the big one was 12. I think it was like 12, 6, and 3 or something like that. Oh, was it 24, 12, 12? Is that what these were? 24, 12, 12. So this was 40, 48. So just from 1 set and a mini set, I have like 4x what it takes to get in here. As an interesting thought, it feels like they did not design the economy of this game understanding how whales were going to play their game. Because, like, to give another very pointed example, it's honestly kind of absurd that there's a level 50 cap in this game. Like, that's so low. Like, it did not. I know people who have spent significantly more money than me, and they've spent significantly more money than me, and I hit level 50 a while ago. And then you make your people who spent money on your game feel like they're being punished because we don't get experience from playing games and stuff and opening our daily packs. I was shocked that this didn't go up to 60 with the mini set release. This feels like a really, really big miss on their part. Yeah, Snap had some very similar growth pains at its start as well. They had people hit the collection level track cap a couple of times, but Snaps was even more spacious than this. Like, you hit the cap really quick in this one. Hey, Gap, thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Appreciate the Prime. I want to record some more games with Wiggly Eggs to start today, I think. Enders, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. I talked about Pikachu with Electabuzz and a bunch of other deck lists in the meta report on Sunday. You should check that out. This is a very ideal opener for us. Egg, big egg, and a grass energy. Opponent here notably has fire energy to start, so this is probably, this is very likely the Tauros build of Greninja, as opposed to Gyarados. Air energy queued up on top. Oh. I'm actually just gonna take a mulligan here. We're not gonna play a real game. This match is worth actual nothing to us. Some Gyarados builds have been running fire energy. No, you're wrong. not any of the reasonably built ones. Dandlit Dark. Cute. Alright, Pokeball, Theta Basic. We're digging for an EX Exeggutor here. Got our gorgeous Full Art Erica. What a wonderful start to this game here. So, EX Exeggutor into Weezing. We need a single heads over 2 turns to clear this out. EX Wiggly for our backline is lovely. No real reason to potion proactively here. We can chill on that. Sad that we missed our first heads here. Puts a little tension on the second one. Question 1 is, do they have the Weezing? They just don't. Okay, no Weezing, and we are just super far ahead here. Get to take our first knockout. Mixed feelings about the second Jiggly draw here. It means they can't Sabrina up an Arbok to clear it, but them getting their first knockout point means that clearing any of our subsequent EXs lets them win the game. I would not be surprised for them to get a point with a Sabrina here. They're just locking us in. That sounds great. So our Erica here gonna look real good. I go ahead and play the Wiggly out just so we don't get caught by a straight red card that people are sometimes playing. Get to power this up. We need 1 heads over 2 turns here. I think I'm gonna chill on the potion for now because potion saves us from a deal 60 breakpoint next turn if they don't have Giovanni. I, for one, am shocked that we redrew. We redrew the potion after they red carded us. I'm not sure who could have possibly seen this coming except everyone who has a basic understanding of statistics. Really unfortunate that we've flipped tails 4 times in a row. They will need Geo to clear this at least, so we've got that going for us. The part that gets scary is if they have a Sabrina to pull the Jigglypuff up. I need to find our other Wigglytuff or an egg to go into Exeggutor to have a big thing to do on the bench. Yeah, and they have to give up the Arbok here because if they pass back, we get to retreat this out, which would be bad for them. So we're going to be 2-2. But it's worth noting if they don't have their Weezing finally, the Wigglytuff does clean them out. Yeah, imagine if our opponent's red card had been a Giovanni here. They'd be in a lot better spot. 1 more Tails to finish it up. Listen, Exeggutor's been sleeping on the job for this long. Might as well continue to rest. And I mean, honestly, this game kind of shows why Exeggutor is such a powerful card. Because, like, we've bricked on every coin, and we're still playing a real game of Pokemon Pocket here. And, like, if we had simply hit a heads or 2 in here, this game wouldn't be remotely close. And that's really the strength of this card is, like, when you hit your heads, it's insane. And when you're bricking, it's still, like, pretty good. Sabrina is still potentially scary here. Sorry, did I mean scary for us? I meant Sabrina is scary for them because they lose the game now. 5 tails, no problem. We're gonna clean you out. Good night, Gamer. Thank you for our resubs during that game. We had Zafa with a nice amount of months. Thank you for the 69-month resubscription. Hyde coming in hot for the 55. Violet Journey, thank you for the 68 months. Many people coming up on 6 years here. Grexy with the over 3 years. Thank you for the 39 months. You think there is an S tier shell for Exeggutor? that could have eventually existed in just the first genetic Apex? Nah, probably not. I think even now we kind of have an awkward amount of support around Exeggutor. And I think if they give us another really good stage 1 grass or basic grass CX, Exeggutor is gonna be like number 1 with a bullet. I like this core a lot. It felt real solid. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause. I've run our first ad break on the Twitch side this morning. I'm gonna tap it on YouTube as well. We're gonna be playing this deck for a little bit, then we're gonna try out 1 or 2 other things from the new decks video this morning, and then there's a Monday tournament at noon in about 2 hours we're gonna play in. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, if Leafeon is good, man, it would be cracked. My kingdom for some more playable evolutions, huh? If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Hop on the bike this morning too. I'm gonna play some more of the Lumineon deck in. In the tournament this afternoon. It's been my favorite comp deck lately. His art, thank you for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. What deck do you like better, the Bullfrog or Pidgeot EX build? I mean, I like the Blastoise build the best of that core. I have not played any Volcano Charizard, but I also think Charizard's a pretty boring deck to play in general, so I don't know that that's what I'm going to spend much time playing. What's your favorite rainbow art? I think I actually like a lot of the regular 2-star full arts more than the rainbows, if I'm being honest. I have not had a chance to try Salazzle Tentacle Drudagon, but it's on my list. So what do I have loaded up? So I want to play Wiggly Eggs a little bit because I'm close to having enough content for a highlight. I want to try this Blaine Moltres deck. I think this will probably be the second way we play this morning because I like the look of it a lot. Haven't played my full art Blaines in a minute. I want to try this Poison 2-color Drudagon deck. I think has some potential. This Eevee Drudagon. Definitely a far-fetched enjoyer. It looks like it could be fun. And then I loaded up the coin machine. The Articuno Hypno pile. Syllabi, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Do you dislike the higher variance decks like Celebi or the linear big one-shot decks? I know you've expressed distaste for them in the past. I don't really enjoy the linear one-shot decks. I think decks like Celebi are more fun to play, but I also don't love them either. Found your channel a couple weeks ago, and I like your content because you don't seem to overhype decks just for the sake of content. Yeah, I think it's important that when I tell people I think a deck is good, that they feel like they can trust me, not like I'm just trying to get a click out of them. Hey, Jeff, I want to say thanks for sharing your weight loss journey. I'm down 50 pounds using you as partial motivation. Awesome, Francisco. Speaking from experience, I know that takes a lot of work. Pokeball into a research. Just one of the best possible starts in Pokemon Pocket, hands down. If you are sincere and speak your truthful opinion, you'll probably get clicks anyways. That's not remotely true. If you look at most of the biggest Pokemon Pocket channels on YouTube. They are almost entirely ones that are constantly overhyping things. That's the latest is there was a Dragonite Zebstrika deck that top-8'd a best-of-1 Pocket tournament. That's making the rounds as the best thing since sliced bread. And needless to say, everyone who played the Dragonite Zebstrika deck in best-of-3 tournaments, which are lower variants, has fallen completely flat on their face so far. To the surprise of no one who understands how this works. I'm not sure if I want this last bench slot to be Mew or Jigglypuff yet, so I think we'll vibe on making that decision. I yearned for the Dragonite, and I love playing it, but yeah, it's not winning anything big. I wish Dragonite was better. It's such a sweet fan favorite Pokemon. Let's get this evolved up right away. We're gonna put our second energy on the Wigglytuff. So that way, if we draw EX Wiggly, we can go ahead and play it out right away. Hey, Frozen Tundra, thanks for the 3/4 of a year. Have you seen any no evolution decks for max consistency? Yeah, my preferred build of this fighting core doesn't play any evolutions, actually. Leaf is so good in this archetype. Get to go ahead and pull this out before it gets knocked out here. I think I'm putting Mew out as Sabrina Insurance at this point. I'll evolve this as well to play around a stray red card people sometimes have room for. Making them deal 140 to this, and then just be like, actually, deuces, I'm out, is so strong. No, you almost never play Psychic Energy in decks that are playing Mew as a random finisher. Attacking for 20 damage sporadically is not worth the inconsistency on things like your Exeggutor lead. I'm gonna go ahead and put the third energy on here because it gives me the flexibility to be able to retreat this with X speed next turn and attack with the Wiggly. Have you played an Alakazam Exeggutor EX deck? Yeah, I think that's probably the least bad way to play Alakazam, but I don't think it's remotely the best way to play Exeggutor, if that makes sense. And stalling with their Mew here. I wonder if they're a Budding Expeditioner variation, or if they're just planning to retreat again. Sabrina's lethal, actually, yeah? So we get to go ahead and fish up one of these, and then because we put the energy here, we can go energy, X speed back, and Wiggly clears. Do you have faith in the synergy with low-ranking Pokemons combined with new packs coming out? Absolutely not. Pokemon Pocket is the type of game where a significant number of the cards that they create for this game are explicitly designed to never be playable. They are purely pack filler to give you blanks to open in between you chasing for cards that are actually playable. Booster pack powered card games very regularly have, booster pack power card games very regularly have lots of cards that are just bad by design. Love going first with my Exeggutor deck, chat. It's so lovely. Ideally, we find a big egg here, but we'll definitely play the little egg and get cracking with it if we brick. The new expansion will have Ho-Oh as a new OP card. Ah, yes, the two types of cards that exist in competitive card games. OP ones and unplayable ones. Average card gamer has never looked at a spoiler and gone, yeah, that looks competitive and reasonable. Hey, twiggly biggly. As always, a gentle reminder that at this current point in time, there are currently no official spoilers or leaks or any known information about trading or what's coming in the upcoming expansion. Educated guesses are guesstimating that it will be Johto region focused based on Celebi being the only current Gen 2 in the game, but again, that is just speculation like everything else. Yeah, we weren't fortunate enough to draw EX Exeggutor, but baby Exeggutor here chunking out the damages. All heads all the time. Let's go ahead and Erica here, so we live a Greninja hit. If we could hit one more heads here, it would be ideal, so that way we clear the Greninja with Wigglytuff EX next turn, or threaten it at least. Nice. So, with the Wiggly on the bench, they put Greninja up here, they lose to Leaf. I assume this Water Shuriken goes into my back line since this dies in 260 hits. Play this out, because EX Exeggutor is coming sometime soon, assuredly. I'm going to put Wiggly up and take the guaranteed KO here, rather than risking having to flip another coin. Start powering up Mew. If they flip tails here, the game is over because they can't retreat if they're sleeping. Even if they hit heads and can retreat here, they're going to need to put their Gyarados up before it has energy on it. So they're going to need, like, Leaf into Gyarados into hit Misty Heads plus Wake Up next turn. And all of that still falls apart if I top deck my Sabrina. So this is one of those coin flips where they lose the game on the spot here when they miss it. But also if they hit it, they needed an incredible series of things to go right for them to even be able to win. We just get to close the door on all those things when they brick. I'm going to go out on a limb and say our opponent is just taking a minute. Okay. Thought that might have been a we disconnected moment. You've said before that going second is a problem in the card pool rather than a design space issue, but is the design space wants to go first limited to stage 1 attackers, or is there other space to play in? So stage 2 attackers with good 2 energy attacks also like going first if we get cards that can consistently let you get to those stage 2s on curve. And in the paper Pokemon game, there are Pokemon that attack for 0 energy. So basics that could attack for 0 energy in some nominal way when going first would also be a design space we have from the paper game that they could explore here to make going first better. We're gonna play one more game here, and then we'll need to take an ad break. Maybe 2 more games, and I'll throw the deck list up during the ad breaks, gamers. Unfortunately, if I put the deck list on screen every time someone in chat asked, it would just be a deck list screen and not a gameplay stream. Alright, Farfetch'd X-Speed Giovanni. We lose the game. Unfortunately, can't play around that. It just is what it is. Where are my basics? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Rip. This Tails here is actually a big deal because it gives them a window to put an energy on Marshadow, so when we clear this Hitmonlee, their Marshadow can hit us for 100. Which is a pretty big downside, the way this lines up. Or are they just putting up Aerodactyl? Yeah, I guess that looks appealing if you don't know I have Erica. Hopefully we find any of our other basics here to get something else charging up in the back. Thanks. This game's probably dead. No, I don't manually I change decks too often on stream to like be manually updating a deck command, taking 3 or 4 minutes to manually type out a deck because this game doesn't have deck exports or an automated way to grab your deck list is just like not a good use of my time. So yeah, YouTube chat is no command, but even on the Twitch chat side, this isn't like Marvel Snap or Magic Arena or Hearthstone where there's a third-party tool that lets you automatically update your deck list. Again, putting a picture of my deck list under my face means I have to manually change it every time I change decks, and that's just too much work. It's also going to be something that I'm going to forget to do periodically, and then I'm going to be playing a game with the wrong deck list under me, and I'll have a bunch of pleasant internet people that would harass me when I'd forget that. Alright, there's our Exeggutor. Pokeball research really always feels cracked on the opener. She's like, alright, what if I was just hyper consistent this game? Against a Starmie, I don't know that I want Mew. This last bench slot might be better as second Wiggly, so we'll chill for now. We don't want to evolve this proactively because there's a world where we want to use Sing, and I have a Baby Wiggly in my deck, so leaving myself the flexibility to hit Baby Wiggly is good. And then honestly, if they don't have a Misty Heads plus a Starmie, this game's probably done on the spot with that Heads. But even if they have Misty Heads plus Starmie with Erica plus Potion, I think we're likely done here. This is gonna buy enough time for Wiggly EX to get online, and I don't see a comeback mechanic from them from that position. I prefer watching on YouTube to watching on Twitch, because on Twitch you get 8 ads at once. Yeah, that's because Twitch ads actually pay you a real amount of money, whereas YouTube ads from live streams are super nominal. The platforms are very polarized in which ones support the creator better in different ways. YouTube's significantly better for pre-recorded stuff or VOD archives, but Twitch is significantly better for live stream revenue. For what it's worth, if you're someone that's been put off by Twitch in general and you enjoy supporting my content the most, I prefer if you watch the live stream on the Twitch side. Twitch creators have full control over when their ads happen and how long they run, and you'll note I always pause from playing games while the ads run on this channel, so you're never going to be in the middle of a game and then suddenly have a 2-minute block of ads block out that game. But as someone who watches a lot of Twitch, I know it's definitely a fact that most people streaming on Twitch don't give any care about when their ads run, and their channels are mostly unwatchable because of it. It really sucks when you're watching a stream and then the ads pop up randomly. So when you hear me say we're gonna take a pause and I sit here and chill and just chat and stuff, like, that's because I'm waiting in between the games while the ad block runs on Twitch. I mean, that's definitely not a shot at any specific content creator. As someone who watches a lot of Pokemon Pocket streams, most of the people in the Pokemon Pocket category just have their ads on autoplay. Silver League, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. This is easily one of the best cards of the game against Pikachu EX decks. It's so good. Go digging for a Jigglypuff. With them not playing any other bench Pokemon out here, I think I Sabrina and mark damage on this this Pikachu. It's close on what I want to do with this too. I think I play around them playing a bench Pokemon and having a Sabrina of their own and put Wigglytuff baby out here. Ideally, I'd like the flexibility to like have Wiggly EX come down, but I just don't want to lose it to their Sabrina since I don't have more bench Pokemon. Thanks for the Prime, Player Egg. Appreciate that. Does Wiggly feel better than Victory Bell as an egg pairing? I'm very confident this build is better than playing Victory Bell, yes. Want this last bench spot for another egg. That heads is huge. Exeggutor is so good, it basically solos this matchup with a single heads in your first 2 coins. After having played Hearthstone semi-professionally, do you think Pokemon will stay this RNG? Well, for reference, you must be confusing me with someone else. I never played a ton of Hearthstone. I played Magic semi-professionally. Do you think Pokemon will stay this RNG heavy? The coin flips decide way too many games at the moment. I actually think it's really funny and you're telling on yourself if you are... I don't know that I believe that you're an actual chess master player if you think Pokemon's too RNG heavy. I think something that I constantly repeat on this stream is that the #1 thing Pokemon has taught me is that people are really bad at understanding the variance in their other games. I think a lot of it comes down to just the basic idea that RNG that lets me win the game is good and RNG that makes me lose the game is bad. I would go so far as to say Pokemon Pocket's actually one of the lower variance card games that I've played, and that the coin flips that it involves tend to be instrumental in creating tension and letting the gameplay have important variety. Going back to the chess comparison, if Pokemon Pocket didn't have coin flips on cards like Exeggutor and Wiggly, far too often you would have games that are essentially mate in 3 or 4, and there's no reason to continue playing them out. Out of curiosity, do you miss playing Magic the Gathering? I miss playing the game that Magic the Gathering was a decade ago. Magic the Gathering that I enjoyed playing doesn't exist anymore. It's not a game that Wizards of the Coast designs any longer, and through power creep, the game that I love is gone forever. I could explicitly make an effort to like go back and play old formats that I used to enjoy with specific people, but that's not something I could make content doing. There's no desire for that. All right, there's the deck list. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. I think I'm gonna do one more segment with this deck because I think it's really solid and I want to post a highlight with it, and then we'll move on to something else for the next segment of the stream. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. But Jeff, SpongeBob will be legal this year. I'm actually not one of the sticks in the mud that was really upset with people, or like Magic expanding in a way that led to them adding the multiverses or whatever they're called. That didn't bother me. I'm gonna take the maybe controversial opinion that Magic the Gathering's lore isn't very good to begin with, and I don't remotely care. I don't remotely care what the game pieces are so much as how the game feels to play with those game pieces. My problem was never about them mixing and matching things with the Magic IP. It was about how the game feels to play and how they explicitly power crept their non-rotating formats. I think literally every card game I've ever played comes down to implicit coin flips quite regularly. It's just if you're someone who has a really bad understanding of statistics and where variance comes from in your game, it's easier to lie to yourself and not understand where your variance is. Especially as someone who played a lot of Magic the Gathering and has experienced a ton of Magic the Gathering players, Magic the Gathering players are often incredibly delusional about how high variance their game is. And for people that are new here, I played Magic competitively for a decade. I played it casually for 2.5 decades. I made content for it as a full-time job for like 6 or so years. Played a lot of Magic. Alistair Stone, thank you for the 60 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Decision DM, thank you for the 20 months. Friars coming in hot for the 17. The Graph, always all the wonderful resubs on a Monday. What we got? We had some fun stats to share, by the way. These are the top 15 highest grossing mobile games of 2024. And this is for the entire year. So Pokemon Pocket was number 3, and it released in October. It made about 300 million in October. And because I'm a data junkie, we've got some other charts here. So this is a fun one. So Pockets crossed the 400 million line as we're 2 weeks into this year. And these are player spending per year or per week the game has been released. Can you spot the Mythical Island expansion from the data? Yes, I think a big part of Pokemon Pocket's discussion about Pokemon Pocket being too coin flip based is that Pokemon Pocket has a lot of coin flips that if you win them, it lets you make up for being bad at the game. And the difference between a good player and a mediocre player is that a mediocre player is going to more frequently have fewer of those flips that decide the game. But when you make a bunch of mistakes and you end up in a spot where it's like, oh, need Wigglytuff to win a sleep flip here or we're dead. And like, we're going to get to that point occasionally anyways, because that's how card games work. But you're going to be in it more frequently if you're bad. Taco Collector, thank you for the 7 months. That type of thing has a lot of legal issues around it, Ben, and I'm not going to give any comments on it on stream. Why is Gedge? These are, again, for people that are only half listening and not reading. I know reading is hard for card game players. These are new releases for 2024. So for people asking, why isn't this game, that game, or the other game on this list? These are all games that released last year and how much money they made. Against Misty, you can literally lose the game without ever playing a single turn. Yes, and in Magic the Gathering, sometimes you mulligan to 4, or sometimes you keep a 2-land, 7-card hand that's very reasonable, and you miss your 3rd land drop while you're on the play. So again, I am not advocating for Pokemon Pocket having 0 non-games. Pokemon Pocket definitely has games where sometimes you make no decisions and you just lose. What I am saying is the proportion of games where you make no decisions and just lose is similar to or less than a lot of other card games that are very popular. The first game on the graph is Dungeon and Fighter Mobile, which I think actually isn't released in the US. All right, let's play a couple more Wiggly Egg games. But genuinely, I think when people complain about variants in Pokemon Pocket, they're telling on themselves as far as letting you know what they don't know and what they don't understand. No, I'm exactly like that, Zilla. I don't play paper card games that don't have digital clients. So, and this is actually something that's incredibly awkward about the Charizard matchup with this deck. If they Leaf and Charmander us, they kill the Exeggutor on one. And thankfully, we've got plenty more basics here, so I think it's unlikely they take that line, but it's definitely one we need to be painfully aware of. Most people who complain games like Pocket are skillless or have too much RNG simply don't want to acknowledge the fact that they would win more if they practiced and got better at the game. By writing the game off as being high variance and all RNG, they remove personal accountability from their gameplay. It's not their fault they keep losing. It's the game's fault for being an RNG fiesta. Oh, speaking of skill, with them having the Charmeleon with 2 energy, I totally should have put an energy on Mew here and not Jigglypuff. This is a good example of a mistake that I've made that could bite me now. Because, for example, if I was putting a second energy on Mew this turn, they wouldn't be able to put Charizard up and hit me with it. But now that I've put a second energy on here, I need to commit to this, and now I need to win a sleep flip. So now, because I made a mistake, I'm in a position where I'm going to need them to lose some coin flips to make up for the fact that I messed up. Whereas I'm not sure the opponent could win this game if I simply had a Mew with 2 energy on my bench here. They would be in between Exeggutor pressuring them and a really hard place. Why is there only 1 Wiggly EX in this deck? Because usually you don't need to draw 2 of them to win a game. And you don't need this until later, so you're going to see more cards. Having the flexibility to have a baby Wiggly has value in a lot of spots. So now, instead of being 100% to win this game, I'm only going to be 25% to win this game. Pretty unlucky if you ask me, this high variance game. Am I making bad decisions, or is the game RNG trash? Obviously, the game is RNG trash. All right, and now we're 50% to win the game, and this is just, again, a good, clean example of RNG can bail me out of making a mistake here. And I wouldn't be in a spot where I need RNG to bail me out if I had made better decisions. But because I messed up, I now need the coins to bail me out. Okay, and they hit their coin, and now we lose the game because of my mistake. I am Count. Thank you for the 2 buds. Welcome back. One of the most skill testing things in this game is the thing that I mistakenly messed up there, which is how you allocate your energy. People giving up tempo by letting their opponent take knockouts on energy they didn't have to give up is the biggest part of what people flub. And it's one of those things where if you don't, you have to be playing the game at a high enough level to understand your mistakes. And a lot of people aren't good enough at the game to figure out what they need to do to get better. That's the singular biggest hurdle in getting better at card games like Pokemon Pocket, is understanding the game enough to be able to identify where you messed up. And until you hit that base level where you're good enough to identify your mistakes, you're really never going to get better. And there isn't some type of, you know, people are like, all right, well, what do I do to do that? There's like, there isn't one, you do this one easy trick and then suddenly you're good at card games, right? Like, it takes experience and practice and watching streams like this one where I'm talking through mistakes that I made and why their mistakes are good at leveling you up. But you need to get to that point first before anything else occurs. And like here, right? There's gonna be games where sometimes you just die. And like, it's such pedantic gamer nerd nonsense that I have to point out when I say this game is skill testing and there's level up moments, that I'm not saying you can win every game. Like, you should never expect to win every game, and there's gonna be games where their draw into your draw results in you just dying, because that's how variance in card games work. And I shouldn't have to make that asterisk, but pedantic nerds being pedantic nerds means that I need to. But there's a big difference between some of these games exist and all of the game is these games, right? Like most things in life, the reality is shades of gray, and these games can exist while also having a plenty of other games where you have agency and important decisions. This is 66% to grab a egg here for us. Never lucky, rubber ducky. Missing on the egg this turn means we can't evolve into this next turn, which means Starmie on curve is very bad for us. Yeah, and then, like, whenever we talk about things like this, the question that always comes up for people is like, all right, well, what percentage of the games are luck versus what percentage of the games are skill? Like, can you quantify that? And if I had to measure it, it's probably like 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and the Misty flips are definitely 50% pain. And it's all 100% reason to evolve into Exeggutor this game. Ooh, Baby Wiggly making a stellar appearance here for us. This is why you play the Baby Wiggly. So we get to X speed out here and clear the Staryu. And then I evolved the egg on my bench so Lumineon can't clean it out here. And then Leaf is going to allow us to do the truffle shuffle here on Wiggly without having to give up energy. Although, I wonder if I take the guaranteed hit here. That's close. Nah, second Leaf means we truffle shuffle for sure. We hit heads, we probably end the game on the spot. And with the second Leaf, we have the flexibility to put Wiggly back up if we need it. Unlucky. Yeah, we gotta work on the concentrated power of will here to hit more Exeggutor flips. A lot of people think the coin flips are luck, but they're definitely concentrated power of will. I actually think this line from our opponent's really solid here. They are, this line actually means that if I don't hit heads this turn, we lose the game, yeah? If I didn't hit heads here, they would get to go 50 next turn into 50 on the follow-up and claim their next 2 points. Alright, I'm gonna play on this deck for like over an hour. Let's change things up. I don't like to sit on the same deck for forever. The opponent's deck that we just beat there is actually the deck list we're gonna play, or a variation of it in the tournament this afternoon. I've been liking the Starmie Lumineon deck a lot. Went 6-3 with it over the weekend at an event. That was a lot of fun. Let's try this Moltres Blaine deck from the new decks roundup today. Double picks ain't bad. I almost said statistically that Pokeball's Moltres, and then Magmar reared its ugly head. I don't know that I played out another one of those. I don't know that I play this one out. We'll vibe for now, I think. Diglett Gamer. Talking about things being skill-based. Honestly, with the cards they're playing, I'm gonna put an energy on Ninetales to start here, I think. Might just X-speed into it and start torching the board. If I'm a new player, what should I spend and what should I save? You should open packs that have the most cards you're interested in playing with if your goal is building decks. So it really depends on which decks you're interested in building. I think in general, the Charizard pack is still the absolute best one since it's got the most generically playable cards in it, but most of the packs have varying upsides and downsides depending on what you're interested in building. I think that's a great guidance from Couch Boy. You open Mewtwo packs if you want to play Mewtwo. You open you open Pikachu packs if you want to play Pikachu, and you should open Charizard packs if you're undecided and want the best range of options. Moltres draw here actually not bad. It lets us do something with our turn despite them having a Doug Trio up. If they play Aerodactyl this turn, we could be in trouble maybe. This is why I put the other Ponyta out, so you could switch to something that could take a hit. Well, I mean, on average, we net energy making this switch, right? So we should make it. It also denies them a knockout point for another turn. Perfect. Both of those are geared up and ready to go. In my opinion, Mythical Island packs are not the ideal starter pack for players to be opening, because while Mythical Island has a variety of good utility cards like Mew, Tauros, and Druddigon, it really doesn't have any self-contained decks. So if you're a brand new player whose goal is to build a functional deck as quick as possible, I think the best choice for that remains Charizard packs. Because it has the most self-contained decks. We're out of basics. Now we won't level trees. But Jeff Celebi. I don't think Celebi counts as a self-contained deck because the good versions of Celebi need Exeggutor. Oh, I think I'm gonna force out. I'm gonna force out the Aerodactyl at this point. Then hopefully we just hit one of our 2 copies of Rapidash or research into 2 copies of Rapidash next turn. They still don't have any knockout points, so we've got some breathing room here. All right, two copies of new Rapidash here. 4 cards. There she is. Oh my goodness, the flavor text. Oh man. I've played Pokemon Pocket before. Yes, I should have switched to this one so I could spend the energy to swap it out. We're dead at this point. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna blame Mather Mage on Discord. I was reading their DM when I was clicking to put a Pokemon up there. Going first is not ideal here, but it is what it is. Them starting on Charmander is not ideal, so 2 less than stellar starts here. We have Leaf to pull our Moltres out, and we have both our attackers now, so see how this goes. They put an energy on Charmander. All right, so we're done here. Woo! RNG, gonna RNG. Do they have time to recover from their awkward start on our Moltres brick? They could. Why didn't they Inferno Dance? I'm so confused. Are they just going for, like, the free-range organic Charizard here? If we hit an Inferno Dance coin here, I think we might be able to beat free-range Charizard. I assume this is just Charizard plus third energy. Really? Okay. I'm very confused that they didn't do this last turn if this was the plan. Maybe they didn't have the leaf and they drew it. Lunge, big lunge. Do they have another way to switcheroo this Moltres back out? If I get a knockout on this and get to build some energy on my board here, we might have enough time to clear this Charizard after it comes out. But if they switch to Charizard and start attacking this turn, I think we're too far gone. Yeah. Yeah, I think unfortunately here, because my Moltres bricked on so many of its coins, we're just not set up enough. In order to win this game, I needed to be able to attack this next turn and then be set up to attack it again the following turn. We're just not going to be able to do that because we're so far behind on energy. Like if I was able to put an energy on the Moltres this turn, or like have another Rapid Azure Ninetales building up is what we needed. What do you think of free-to-play players starting a second account to be able to trade with their main? I would be incredibly surprised if Pokemon Pocket's trading is structured in a way to make it profitable to have a second account. I think whatever their implementation is going to make it so you're only going to be able to trade with a really well, fully developed second account. I think the likelihood of 2 free-to-play accounts being able to complement each other is really low. All right, let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're going to give this one some more of a try when we get back, as one of the new decks from our roundup this week that posted a tournament result over the weekend. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. We're going to be testing out decks for the next hour or so, and then we'll be playing a tournament at the start of the noon hour. I don't care how playable the cards are. When we get Johto, I'm getting an Arcanine, Houndoom, Entei deck because people demand hot dogs. Yep. Hot dogs, hot diggity dogs. Do. I'm going to run back the Lumineon deck that I played in the event over the weekend. We've hit a point in the content cycle where I feel like I kind of have enough deck highlights queued up until the next set releases, assuming it releases at the end of the month. So we're going to start playing some repeats that I enjoy. But Entei was a lion. I'm pretty sure they're the legendary dogs in Johto, yeah? Technically, they're beasts. Okay. Entei, Houndoom, Houndour, Growlithe, and Arcanine are the 5 hot dogs. Chisex, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Psychic Jigglypuff. Feeling sleepy, gamers? I don't think I'm playing on a second Vulpix at the start in this deck. Between Moltres and the Magmar, and even second Rapidash, I think the odds we want 2 Ninetales set up tends to be low. So I'm gonna wait to make that commitment here. Kangamama. There's the name I haven't heard in a long time. Jigglypuff sings us the song of her people. No, sir. No, thank you. Oh. Man, I really wish we would have hit. Really wish we would have hit heads last turn. I'm going to take the stomp here because it means Ninetales plus Blaine kills this next turn. But it's sad that I have to give up Ponyta and the energy in order to do this. I guess hitting heads here means I don't have to use the Blaine. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the over 4 years. Welcome back. Thrin, thank you for the 53 months. Good morning, good morning. I mean, and honestly, if they give this knockout up here... Oh, I was going to say it means Blaine gives us our next knockout point the following turn. It's fine, we'll just top deck a second, huh? Likely Moltres. Go ahead and Trogdor the Wiggly. What, play like Psychic Sleepers with Wiggly and Hypno here? Alright. 1 and 8 to win the game with Blaine. You're late. I think we just do this now, right? Because it means I have the win guaranteed next turn. They're only taking their second knockout point here. Interesting decision point. Where it's like not right to put them to 10 when we can clear them with the Blade next turn. I suppose there's a world where they don't clear the Ninetales with Kangaskhan, and then we could lose the game maybe eventually. They like put up a second Wiggly EX that we can't clear in one, but we win the game so long as they knock us out here. So 75% to win the game. Oh no, wait, and then if we could also just wake up, yeah? Cool. JK. There were a lot of coins there that could break our way. So long as they knocked us out or we woke up. Speaking of coin flips, I played in a tournament over the weekend, and I record my games off stream just in case there's things worth sharing that happened. And we're gonna run this deck back, but this is a clip for one of my tournament games over the weekend. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They have to the 1 in 12, and we have to miss on this. So this is a 1 in 24 to lose the game here. Oh, just one of those. You gotta laugh because the alternative is crying. The old gotta lose the 1 in 12 followed by gotta lose the 50-50 is very, very amusing. I actually ended up winning that round though because the Lumineon deck is incredibly good against Gyarados. So I won games 2 and 3 quite cleanly. But there was only a third game because we're unlucky. Going second. Yeah, definitely lead Moltres, right? Pony set up, but ideally this is a Vulpix. Roxish Drudagon. Is this a Greninja variation with 2 colors of energy, maybe? A lot of Vulpix here, and we'll see where we go from there. Yes, Zapdos. Fairly confident that Gyarados looks at individual energy and not individual Pokemon. I think this is gonna be a clear Drudagon with Moltres angle with the Articuno and the Bruxish threatening in the back line. Articuno EX is probably pretty unbeatable for our deck. It just gets to clear all our things in one. I guess if they switch to Articuno this turn off a leaf, we could put Ninetales up and chunk them for 120. Didn't play around the red card. I should know. Articuno players are more likely to be red card gamers. Should have played around it. Do you collect any card games? I do not. I play games for their mechanical gameplay aspects and strategy problems, not for the collecting facet. For the 10 month rippers, welcome back. Tough going to lose. I think that's the game. I guess I could draw the Ninetales. I would have played the Ninetales out to play around the red card. We'd have been a good spot here, but I didn't, so that's what it is. They have double potion. They have double potion. It didn't matter that I didn't play the Ninetales out. We're roughly 1 and 3 to hit Ninetales next turn. Giovanniing because we didn't read weakness. Yeah, draw Rapidash 2 here and then flip a heads. So 3 hits in 11 cards here. There we go. And then I'll put Vulpix out here and put an energy on it. So that way, if we draw Ninetales number 2 or Rapidash next turn, we can use them to finish off the Bruxish. So 2 live hits and 9 cards plus a research that could dig into them. So we are loosely 1 and 3 here again. And I think we just do this, yeah? An Inferno Dance. Condense if you wanna. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And then we have 3 live hits and 7 cards now. Oh, you know what? I should put the second energy on here, right? So that way I can attach an energy here. Sabrina. Sabrina's not lethal because this only does extra damage if, this only does extra damage if, it's taking damage. So it's only dealing 30 to Vulpix this turn. Ah, there's the Ninetales. Hedge by 50-50 wrong. It's not game because Moltres has a retreat cost of 2. So because I put the extra energy on here rather than here, and I can't know which of the 2 I'm going to draw, but this one's not a coin flip, so it's probably the better hedge. And it's mostly a 50-50. Do you play Ninetales out now because of red card? Ah, if they're going to red card us on 2 cards, that's fine. They have the leaf. I think the leaf beans were dead. Does it? I guess the leaf means they need Geo, right? Geo or Sabrina. So, dead to Geo, dead to Sabrina, but otherwise winning the game? Good odds they have one of those. Most decks have 1 copy of Sabrina. Second Geo, also fair. Hey, glad you have fun playing the Wiggly deck in a tournament, Aces. I agree, that core is very reasonable. I think there's a possibility Wiggly Exeggutor is potentially one of the best Exeggutor builds right now. Spelled real clean. I would love a Moltres while going second. Thank you for asking him. I'm using my Rainbow Moltres so I don't have the 2-star, but I think I generally prefer the 2 stars, but alas, I've opened 5 Rainbow Moltres and 1 2-star Moltres. Which is one of the many reasons I'll be very disappointed if they don't let us trade 2-star cards. It'd be nice to be able to balance out that variance a little bit with other whales. I just got some of my Into the AM shirts after winning one of the giveaways, and I love the designs and the material. Glad they're good for you, Expendable. I enjoy them a lot. I think until we see if this leak pans out to be true, there is absolutely no reason to believe or put heavy amounts of weight into any leaks surrounding Pokemon Pocket. I think if there was someone who actually had credible leak information regarding Pokemon Pocket stuff, we would have seen something leak about the first expansion or this upcoming expansion. It's really weird that a specific game feature like that would be the first thing someone leaks for something. There's actual 0 people right now that have a track record of having any accurate leaks, because we haven't had any leaks around Pocket. Everything's been super tight regarding all of it. And I know that there's been 800 YouTube videos talking about the speculation, and some of them do a good job of making it clear that it's speculation, and others really do not. It's a hot button topic that's generating a lot of clicks because people want to know those details, but they're just, we don't know. I know it's not exciting or sexy to be like, we don't know, we need to wait and see, but that's the reality right now. Yeah, I can't make a 100,000 view YouTube video telling you need to wait and see. Nobody wants to hear that. They want the answers now. Especially, I think you should be especially weary of any information on the internet that's presented as leaked when it's information that makes you mad. I think it is extra likely that leaked information that makes you mad ends up not being true, because making people mad is very profitable on the internet. So there is an explicit incentive to share and propagate information that's going to upset a player base from a monetary, I want to make money perspective. So you should be weary in general, but you should be doubly dubious when the information that's being leaked is stuff that's gonna make people upset. I wish we had a little bit more of a middle ground, Papa. I agree, I'm really not a fan of Snap's system where we, like, get leaks and data mines on upcoming cards, like, 3 months in advance. But I would really enjoy, like, a week or a week and a half spoiler season leading up to a set release in Pocket, where they show us a few cards every day up until the set. I definitely don't like Snap's system of everybody knowing everything 3 months in advance. Really doesn't feel great for me personally, but I would like a little bit of lead. Even a week would be good. From a content hype perspective, like that week before a set release tends to be like the lowest point in content metrics, so having that be a week of spoilers is good for your community. Hey, thanks for checking out the Candy Crush promo and getting a free sub with that, Grindel. Appreciate the support. I spread these to both of these for now. Give me flexibility to attack with either next turn. You know, it's funny, I was actually debating if I wanted to use X speed to retreat this, so I think I'll happily take a Sabrina and just be like, yep, thanks for making my decision for me. Burn this Blaine, question mark? Yeah, because if I use Blaine this turn, it means even if I flip Tails, Moltres can finish this next turn, yeah? Oh, actually, they're not even clearing this, yeah? I have a window here. Wake on up. I think we pull this out and save it to be able to crack something else later. I think we X speed it out and then use Moltres to finish here. Pokemon Pocket does not currently have any type of official content creator program and does not share anything in advance. I chat with the general Pokemon influencer manager, but they work with all things Pokemon related and they don't always have much to share about Pocket when I've reached out. The Exeggutor play to the bench is bold. It means that we clear them with the Sabrina here. I don't think I'm letting Moltres go down here. I think it's Energy, Ninetales. It's a shame we didn't draw Leaf. Bail this out, crack you for at least 60, and then we have 120 and then 110. God forbid we hit heads here. Yeah. Rapidash, looking chunky. Now the question is, do they have a copy of Leaf? Eric ain't gonna do it, gamer. We're done here. People keep asking me how Magmar is, so we'll let him go ahead and get the game-winning attack here, so he can feel like he's a part of the team. That retreat right there reminds me of a cringe moment. I watch a lot of Pocket streams. I had to turn one of them off last night because the creator I was watching verbally berated his opponent for retreating rather than letting them attack on the last turn of the game. And I was just like, wow, you sound like my small child who's upset they didn't get to have their last 3 clicks. I think that's actually one of the nicest things about Marvel's snap structure is while it's lame that the games don't always play out, it was nice to never have people constantly ask, why'd you leave the game you're dead in? You mentioned at the start of the stream you fiddled with your friends list to get specific 2 stars in your Wonder Picks. Where did you go to do that? I had someone in my Discord that had a group of people that could send me friend codes. I don't know exactly what they do for it, but I assume there's Discord servers out there for it. It's an incredibly weird thing to be mad about. I could almost see it if there was some big sweet animation when you attack with some things, but like it's literally just my card bumping into yours with a nominal sound effect, right? Like, it's not like some big flashy experience that you're being cheated out of. Second Moltres isn't super exciting. I think we chill on that for the time being. Because I might want, like Rapidash and Magmar, or even Rapidash and Rapidash on my bench alongside Ninetales here. Yeah, again, still just waiting on these bench slots because there's a chance that I want these to be the other single knockout point Pokemon in my deck. Sleep pretty fine with all of those going on Ninetales here. Time to fire up Trogdor. I definitely want to just start getting my knockout points here, but I think I want to build up Rapidash rather than have Moltres with more energy in the back line. Alright, is there a lightning energy under this one? There is. All right, they got my Blaine. I think I'm gonna X-speed and take the flip to clear this in one. Put the Fire Tutor on the bench to soak shots from Dragonite. How does the matchup versus Gyarados go with a Blaine deck? It's really easy to understand a Gyarados matchup. You have a good Gyarados matchup if you can attack their bench. You have a bad Gyarados matchup if you can't attack their bench. The only exception to this rule is the Charizard deck, which has a 50-50 Gyarados matchup because Charizard can clear Gyarados in one. Holy. Well, that's, pretty unfortunate for the home team. We're just dead, yeah. 100% of the time. If Dragonite worked like that, it would be correct. Ponyta into new Rapidash is actually pretty solid when going second, right? You go first energy Stomp and then second energy Evolve. The Blaine deck doesn't have enough speed to beat setting up Gyarados. No decks have enough speed to beat setting up Gyarados without attacking their bench. 100 HP Druddigons is an incredible amount of HP that you have to get through. The only card that comes remotely close to putting enough pressure on Gyarados decks to beat them without clearing the bench is Exeggutor EX, and even that's pretty high variance. Exeggutor Wiggly is the only other deck other than Charizard that's like kinda close against Gyarados, and even that one, you need to have a couple of flips to break your way. They're actually playing the fossils you evolve into. Fancy. I like this last bench slot. Flexible for a Moltres, I think. Worth noting that Obastar only does 90 to Rapidash with weakness. It does 70 plus 20. It also attacks with 2 colorless energy. Yeah, so it's going to be set up to attack next turn. So I think the game plan here is power up second Rapidash, and then we clear this, they attack, lock us out of attacking, we go energy, retreat, and then can go attack into attack. If we hit heads on one of them, we'll be good to go. If they have an X speed here, we could be in trouble without knocking out the Kabuto. I don't know how we live from here. I think we're probably dead. Thank you.
Time I dropped the floor.
Kabutops is very good against B and C tier decks that aren't very good, that are trying to do smaller chip shots. It's just very bad against the good decks like Charizard and Gyarados and Mewtwo. Alright, my lunch is here. It's about time to run an ad. We're gonna go ahead and throw the deck list on screen. I'm gonna chow for a minute. Got 30 minutes until our tournament round start today. That last type of loss is one of those things where when you're playing a off-meta deck like this where you can't change your deck and be like, oh, how do I fix the Kabutops Omastar matchup? You go, well, we're either not going to play against that or they're going to have stage 2 variants. Like, they had both their colors of energy work out. They had both their fossil stage 2s. And their attacks light up well in dust. Just gotta give them those and move on to the next one. Love to hear your thoughts on running Exeggutor EX in a multicolor deck. I think it's fine. I think you play the new Execute, so that way you can recover grass energy on occasion when you have bad starts, but Exeggutor Greninja and Exeggutor Aerodactyl have both been covered in my top deck highlights before. I'll actually, tomorrow's highlight on the Hooglandia Pocket channel will be, tomorrow's highlight on the Hooglandia Pocket channel will actually be Aerodactyl Exeggutor, I believe. Exeggutor Wiggly is good. Would you say Dugtrio Wiggly is better or worse? Dugtrio Wiggly is not a good deck. Exeggutor Wiggly is fine. Hey, Dynamic, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. I think it's pretty unlikely I play Butterfree anytime soon. I think Exeggutor EX is a good enough card on its own that it can carry a lot of bad cards that you want to play with it. I would be shocked if Exeggutor Butterfree was genuinely good. What happened to Marvel Snap? I don't see anybody actively streaming. You don't see anybody actively streaming Marvel Snap because people aren't actively watching it. The handful of larger content creators that are still logging on to stream Snap on occasion have pretty bad metrics. I haven't decided if I'm going to dip back into Snap tomorrow when their new drops go live, because I assume drops will still have okay numbers, but there's just a lot of things came to a head with Marvel Snap all at once. Them having first energy advantage here is real bad for us. And if I'm being completely honest, part of my personal reason I'm not doing a lot of Marvel Snap content right now is because I can mention the game a singular time and within 30 seconds get a take out of chat that's so awful I feel like I need to ban someone about it. The community sentiment around the game is just like in the absolute pits and makes it so unenjoyable to try and make content for. All right, well, we've stolen back the first energy advantage here, essentially. I'm going to spread these energies out, because if I draw Rapidash or Ninetales next turn, we could go X speed, Ninetales, clear this in one, which is great. All right, so we'll X speed out here. We'll Blaine. We hit heads, we clear the Pikachu. The Moltres going to 20 here means that's 2 points to a Zeb Strike at any point in time here, so I really need to hit with this, so that way we can hit with it again next turn. Nice. This game looking real clean for us, potentially. Huge flip in this moment. That'll do, pig. That'll do. For folks asking, is this a tournament match? I've added this to the overlay now, so on days you see me talking about tournament play, if the ribbon is not up, it is not a tournament round. This opener here is a little quacked. What is the gadget behind you just pressed? An electric space heater. That's not the leaf or X speed I wanted for Christmas, but I think we just start taking knockouts here. Lunch today is roasted chickpeas and scallions tossed in a vinaigrette dressing with some fresh zucchini and tomatoes. I don't know who to put the energy on. I guess we're more likely to draw a Rapidash than a second Ninetales. This isn't food, Jeff. I'm gonna be honest. Putting down vegetables as not food is pretty close to like kind of stuff toxic masculinity approaches on, so I'm just gonna ban it on my channel. For reference, I've been a vegetarian for half of my life now. And the idea that you need to be a consumer of meat or that things like chickpeas aren't food is some real nonsense. Get it out of my space. Azrael, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. Good afternoon. But Jeff, it's just a joke. No, jokes are supposed to be funny. They're not supposed to be hostile towards people. Yikes. All right, gonna come down to a Rapidash flip here with all their healing, it looks like. I'll never forget when to give you an insight into the type of family I grew up in. When I shared I was going to become a vegetarian at 17, I remember one of my family members asking me the question, "What's her name?" To which my response was, "There's a reason why I don't live with you people anymore." Oh, baby, are we get to step on this Snivy? It's my kink. This Magmar could go either way, whether or not we're supposed to bench it here. When we spike the Moltres here, are we supposed to use it to power things up? I think the answer is no. I shouldn't have played the Magmar is what I should not have done. I should have saved room on my bench. So I kind of need this last spot to be a Vulpix now, I think. Ooh, that's a excellent free point here. Lovely, lovely. That Snivy took my steepler. I'm going to burn it to the ground. Oh gosh, they don't have... Yeah, that's honestly a good call, and if you understood the stapler reference, you should put your desk into standing mode. Your back probably needs it. All right, so if they have their superior and run average, we could be in a little bit of trouble, I suppose. Yep. Although, I just need a copy of Blaine, right? Yep, they're a little above average here, but all my things are only one knockout point. No, I have two draws at Blaine. So we put Ponyta up into the wood chipper here, and then Blaine plus Magmar is 130. All right, so 1 and 3 to win the game next turn. Apologies to everybody who just checked their pack notifications. That was my booster pack going off. All right, can we hit that 33%er? Unlucky. No outs, right? I mean, I guess they can. No, because I invested in this one. I actually can't even. I guess they could miss. They could get all tails this turn, but likely dead. You didn't attack. Yes, if I attacked, we were 0% to win the game. If I don't attack and they miss, I could draw Blaine and win the game. It's the sequence we're playing towards here. All right, 6 minutes till our tournament starts, huh? Enough time to squeeze one more in. We're going to be playing Lumineon Starmie in our tournament this afternoon. Played that over the weekend, and I enjoy it a lot. It's got some free wins, but also has a lot of player agency. It's almost ever right to play out the second Moltres in this deck. Rip. There are copies of Blaine in my deck. Slight Punch, thank you for the 17 months. It's a shame we didn't draw our copy of Leaf, but we'll totally burn double X speed here to get Rapidash up to the active. It's a tough coin to miss, because it gives them time to power up a Marshadow on the bench to clear the Rapidash afterwards. Well, that means none of the next one. We'll probably Blaine to play around the Tails next turn. Yeah, with second Blaine, that's definitely the line. I'm actually going to put this energy on Magmar, so that way if they don't play another basic out, we can switch to Magmar and clear the Hitmonlee. Yeah, Magmar's never the ideal attacker in this deck, but it just gives you a little bit of consistency in the games where your other extra attacker doesn't quite come together for you. They haven't played any X speeds yet, so good chance they, yeah, switch to the Duck and clear us here. I think we're just gonna toot the Magmar. I have a copy of Leaf in my deck to draw eventually. Only 6 cards left. And also, like, if they don't get anything else going, the Magmar just clears them in 2 more. Yeah, nice. Yeah, dead to Magmar. Sicko. What a sicko. All right, I'm going to tap a really quick 1-minute ad on the Twitch side and YouTube as well. The tournament will be starting. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Only gonna do 1 minute, assuming our opponent checks it on time. How does this deck do against Mewtwo? I have no idea. I don't have tournament matchup data to look at of any significant sample size. All right, we paired into Gyarados for the first round, and they're playing Gyarados with Druddigon as their only other Pokemon. Waiting for the check-in. We can throw the deck up that we're going to be playing in the tournament. Roth, thank you for the 77 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Do you think this deck is better than the more standard Blaine build? I think the standard Blaine build is definitely bad, and there's a chance the Moltres build is not bad. It might still be bad, but there's a chance that it's not. Brick Slab, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I went 6-3 with 1 card off of this deck in a tournament over the weekend. One of our community members went 7-3 in Ursi's tournament with these exact 20 cards. I think I like these 20. The one slot I'm back and forth on is I'm not sure if I want a second Farfetch'd or a second Sabrina. Could go either way. Our opponent has not checked in yet. See, I think they have a 5-minute window to check in. 4 minutes left. Could have run 2 minutes of Twitch ads, rip. Yeah, no Tauros. After playing some of the matchups out more, I think the Pikachu matchup is actually fine without Tauros. It's close. It usually comes down to first energy advantage, but I don't think you need the hedge. Hey, congrats, Kills. This is the matchup this deck was designed for. I don't think this deck was designed for any specific matchup, but it's good against Gyarados, yeah. I don't think this deck has any unwinnable matchups. I think the Mewtwo matchup's probably your hardest among the popular decks, but second Farfetch'd makes that less bad, which is one of the reasons why I added it. We might have a no-show for the first round. Sometimes people check in and then life happens. It's like we've got 237 people playing this afternoon. There's 5 rounds of Swiss and then a top 32 cut. My deck list is very energy efficient, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of our people playing are trying to play while they're working here in the US. You're playing while you're working. I am playing while we're working, that's true. Accurate. What does a Swiss tournament mean? 5 rounds of Swiss means you play 5 matches or until you drop, and every round you are paired into someone else who has the same match record as you. So people who are 2-0 play other 2-0s, people who are 1-1 play other 1-1s, and people who are 0-2 play other 0-2s. And then a cut means after a certain number of Swiss rounds, you move down to just a certain number of people based on the current top performers in the tournament. Is it unreasonable to attempt playing this deck with only 1 Starmie EX? I think so, unfortunately. Your Starmie EXs carry a lot of your games. You need the attackers. I would recommend playing something else if you're missing one. Insomniac, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Alright, Po's got 60 seconds to show up, and then we're going back to playing some of the fire deck in between. For people that haven't watched me play tournament stuff before, I don't play the tournament deck in between rounds. It hurts my focus. Spell this card's name. I don't remember how to spell Lumineon eventually. Lumi and then Neon. Eventually we'll remember that. I appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. If you're new dropping by and you haven't done so already, consider tapping the follow button if you're watching on Twitch or subscribing if you're on YouTube. Unfortunately, had a no-show for the first round of the tournament. We're back to playing some more of the Blaine deck in between here. This Blaine deck's honestly been better than I was expecting. I would not be surprised if this is more powerful than the regular Blaine build that is clearly not good. So, coughing Venipede with a what's it called line thrown in? Probably not playing full twos of all their Pokemon to play all of this. Again, just gonna vibe on this last bench slot for the time being. Magmar's kind of like our failsafe Pokemon if we're missing other good targets. It's not the ideal one. This will be another Rapidash under perfect settings. Smoke screen wheezing. Spicy. Oh, smoke screen can blank Inferno Dance. Huh. That's rude. Speaking of rude. Wait, the way this is templated, flips a coin. If tails, the attack doesn't happen. So the novel thing here is against Ninetales, if you fail the smoke screen, you don't discard an energy is noteworthy. Inferno Dance can also blank Inferno Dance, unfortunately. All right, we passed the first round. All right, we passed the second with flying colors as well here. Easy, easy does it. Maybe I'm supposed to Blaine this turn, and then if I win 2 flips, we just clear them. Wait, does switching Pokemon get rid of Smokescreen? Oh, that's much worse than I thought. Oh, I definitely should have played then. I think it's actually the first time I played against this Weezing card. Alright, well, in that case, we'll do the truffle shuffle. Take the guaranteed knockout. Yeah, the opponent's just playing, you know, dark cards they like. Probably one of a lot of these Pokemon lines here. Blaine doesn't accomplish anything here. Either heads or not. That knockout means Nidoqueen's Love Struck is just stuck at 80. Poor Nidoking, Nidoqueen. They did these cards so dirty. Wish they would have stat lined some of these more aggressive. I wish they would consider doing live balance in this game, not to nerf things at the top, but I wish they would adjust some of the fan favorites that are just obviously too weak. Not even necessarily to like over push them, but just like bring them to like maybe we could not be embarrassed while we play them. Like it would be neat to see Nidoqueen like, okay, what if Love Struck was like a base 60 and took 2 energy, stuff like that. If Nidoqueen had a 2 energy attack, you could curve this on the play into this. Deal 1 energy attack. 2 energy attack would be pretty clean. I don't expect they'll ever make any live changes in general, and Misty is not a card that's likely to ever get changed. She's not a card that's too strong. And she's very clearly a design they wanted in the game. It saddens me when good art ends up on lackluster cards. You and me both, Nuclear Ninja. I really wish a lot of the 1-star arts were better, or on more playable cards. Why couldn't we get a 1-star for something like Tauros? I see some folks on the YouTube side discussing why I went to 2 Farfetch'd in the Lumineon deck. I went to 2 Farfetch'd because I didn't feel like I needed Tauros in the Pikachu matchup. And playing Tauros makes you feel compelled to play Leaf instead of X-Speed. And X-Speed's a better card in general if you're close, so. And Farfetch'd is much better in the Pikachu matchup. Been a few different. Has anybody been having client crashes? We had a couple of these. Opponent didn't show up in time games today. Do you think making Misty flip a max of 2 coins is a good nerf? I think I lose IQ points every time people talk about changing Misty. Because Misty flipping a max of 2 coins literally doesn't change the card. Misty often wins the game with a single heads, and getting 2 heads versus 3 or more is like basically a wash in most situations. The only spot where 2 versus more than 2 is like markedly different is when your opponent has an Articuno EX and they're going first, and they're probably winning the game still if they got 2 heads instead of 3 on Articuno EX turn 1 on the play. The Starmie Lumineon deck is a great example of how powerful Misty is when flipping a single heads. The Lumineon Starmie deck literally plays Misty purely for the ability to re-flip the starting coin and gain first energy advantage. You're only playing 2 energy water attackers, and her effect is just so good, even getting 1 energy when you're going first. The games where you go Staryu, Misty, single heads, hit for 20, evolve to Starmie, attack for 90, usually end on the spot. It's such an incredibly powerful sequence. All right, so this game is over. Had a window to evolve into Exeggutor and maybe play a game, but they missed their window, and now Rapidash is going to run them OVER. No coins needed because of weakness. I gotta be honest, the more I play this build, the more it's growing on me. I feel like I'm getting to a point where I can say with confidence this is markedly better than the base Blaine build people try. How does it compare to the format in general? I don't know yet, but the base Blaine deck consistently felt embarrassing when I played it, and this has felt very reasonable in a lot of spots. No, both new Rapidash. If you missed this deck is highlighted in my new decks roundup today. It's a weekly video series where I comb through all of the thousands of deck lists that are played in Pokemon Pocket tournaments and grab out new and unique ones that had successful finishes. I'm gonna research first here to maximize my chance of finding Vulpix for Ninetales. Yikes. I think this is a playing Magmar out angle because I might want to put... I guess I could have waited a turn because I'm not dancing this turn anyways. Pyrotheon, thank you for the almost 7 years. Welcome back. It's a long time. They put the energy on Heliotile on the back. Interesting. Can I get a Vulpix, please? Nailed it. Yeah, I should have waited to play the Magmar out. Dork is clunking up my bench now. You can dance if you wanna. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Be do 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 do. Yeah, this evolution only has 90, so I'm pretty sure Ninetales just goes full Trogdor from this point. Just cleans everything up. Tauros Blastoise or Tauros Pidgeot, which is more consistent? I would assume the deck without Misty is more consistent, but I would wager the Blastoise build is more powerful. Hey, Abide, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Deal 90s for 2 gamers. Too strong. Too strong, those deal 90s for 2. Jay Shed, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. PKEX is too little too late, and even if it had come sooner, we had Blaine to blow it down. Wow, my old man to crunch you. Yeah, having 2 different cards, Ninetales and new Rapidash, that crack for a lot of damage for 2, with Moltres letting you set both of them up to get going, feels really clean. And I think one of the big bits of appeal of this deck is that you don't need Moltres for it to get going. It's just a card that puts you over the top when you have it, right? Like, in a game, especially where we have first energy advantage, and we just curve Ponyta into Rapidash, you could just play a regular game without Moltres. But the games where you have Moltres, you set up 2 stage 1s and you kind of go into overdrive. Yeah, I'm digging this build a lot. Let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and roll an advert. I need to run to the restroom. Our next tournament round is up in 10 minutes, so we'll probably play 1 game with this when I get back before we jump on into round 2 of that. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. the Moltres didn't do anything for you in that last game. The result would have been the same if you just put energy on Vulpix. It actually wouldn't have been the same because my Ninetales would have taken damage, right? So even in the games where Moltres kinds of end up being net neutral in terms of energy setup, it's a wall that soaks damage for you while you're waiting. It's a wall that soaks damage for you while you're waiting to get things going, yeah? Which has value. The games where you have the one Magmar as your only basic do sting. That means we gotta draw our Leaf to be able to bail it out. Pow, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Yeah, 2 research makes us more likely to find our what's it called? And we have first energy advantage, and Magmar is only a single point Pokemon, so if we have to just give up a knockout while we set up, it's like not a big deal. Shaden Freud, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. In what circumstance do you prefer Magmar over Ponyta, Vulpix, or Moltres? What if I told you that card games have variants by design, and you don't always get to pick which cards you have? And this is a deck building concept that people struggle with in general. I am not going to tell you that Magmar is better than Ninetales or Rapidash, but what I am going to tell you is that Magmar is a basic Pokemon, and it's a 5th one. So it adds consistency to our deck by being a worse version of other things that lets us do something useful with it in key spots. A lot of the time, especially with your Moltres draws, this deck wants to set up the ability, especially with your Moltres draws, this deck wants to set up the ability to have multiple attackers ready to go in the back, and you're not always going to have multiple of your stage 1s. Hey, Potato Elemental, thanks for checking out our sponsored game promo this month, Candy Crush. Enjoy your gifted sub to the Twitch channel. I really appreciate you supporting my content with a little bit of your time. An easy way to support what I do, and you haven't checked out Candy Crush before, grab a link on Android or iOS. Use my download, play through some stages. It's definitely a double X speed angle here, yeah? Should draw first, but I think it's double X speed. Like 2 heads here, please. Got greedy, should have only asked for 1. A Dragonite deck always looks really good when it draws its card on curve and doesn't have energy problems. It's just not remotely consistent enough to do that over the course of a tournament a bunch. There was a Dragonite deck that top 8'd a best of 1 tournament over the weekend that the YouTube content mill went to work hard on. And then unsurprisingly, every single person that played it inside of the best of 3 tournaments following that got absolutely massacred. It is unfortunately looking like we're about to lose to the hand scope gamer. Sometimes that's just how it goes. What do you think it would take for Dragonite to be competitive? Something to both smooth out stage 2 variants and dual color energy variants. And even that might not be enough because its attack is also inherently RNG as well. I mean, comparing Dragonite to Celebi is very silly. Celebi is a really popular deck that puts up consistent results in no small part due to Exeggutor being able to carry. And while Celebi in and of itself has a variance attack, you can smooth that out with Superior, giving you a bunch of coins. All things considered, that is not terrible Dragonite variance for us. I want to put the Ninetales up and crack them here, so that way if they're on some potions, we can still clear them out next turn. You have red carded my 3-card hand gamer. How do you feel about Magmar in this deck? Do you think it could get replaced by another card instead? I think people constantly ask me, can they cut basics from the deck that I'm playing? And I constantly have to say, please, for the love of God, gamer, stop cutting basics from the decks you're copying from me. Hands and knees. Unfortunately losing Ninetales, but still living means we're dead, yeah. You should cut Magmar just so people stop asking about it. Honestly, a strong suggestion. last 100 times we asked if we should cut a basic, the answer was no, but this time it might be different. All right, the tournament round has rolled over. We'll hopefully have a pairing here soon. We're playing this pile of cards that I've been enjoying a whole heck of a lot. Would you retreat to Vulpix and play for the 50-50? Oh, is Vulpix templated that way? It might be. No, because they could just switch to Wiggly and kill me, right? Wiggly had 2 energy? No, I don't manually remove no-shows take magic. I just assume all the top decks tend to have a similar average number of no-shows with the larger sample we're pulling from. Should have used Blaine with the Ninetales Flamethrower earlier. Take a 24-hour timeout for trying to correct me while not paying enough attention to the game that I had played Leaf. I asked that if you're going to do me the service of suggesting my play is wrong, at least be paying enough attention to understand and not say suggest illegal plays. I played a bunch of Pokemon Go. I mean, I played it casually when it launched like everybody else, and I played some of their PvP for a little bit, but their netcode is atrocious and super laggy, so I ended up falling off of it. Because having half of my games on my high-end smartphone and my fiber internet connection get decided by their server timing out was not fun. Could we have used energy instead of leaf? If I used energy instead of leaf, I still lose when they kill the Ninetales, because then the Moltres can't attack as a follow-up. Would this deck not be better if you played wildly different thing instead? No, I think the Farfetch'd is better, and that's why I'm playing it. Those types of questions are like so passively aggressively phrased. They're like, don't you think your deck would be just better if you did this other thing? It's like, well, if I thought that other thing was better, I'd probably be doing it instead. So like, maybe don't assert that you think I've built my deck wrong. We're 5 minutes past the timeout now. Who do you think fits best with Vaporeon? I don't think Vaporeon is optimal in any decks right now. I think, unfortunately, the Gyarados shells have kind of shown that they don't want to play that card. It's my favorite type of thing to play. I really like decks like this that involve retreating your Pokemon frequently and intelligently to gain an advantage. Navier, welcome to Hoaglandia's latest Shillionaire. Thanks for watching so much. Is that a multi-Shillion? Am I remembering that correctly? I feel like that's a multi-Shillion. Either way, the trickle-down economy stays in action, and our next Shillionaire will now only have to spend 999,780 shillings. You think new Tauros has overshadowed the utility of Flareon? Yes, Donna. If you missed it over the weekend on the Pokemon Pocket YouTube channel, I posted a best non-EX Pokemon roundup / ratings that I talked explicitly about Tauros overshadowing Flareon in there. You should check out the rest of that. About 13,000 to Shillionaire number 2. All right, I don't think I've run in any tournaments run by this organizer before. 7 minutes past time with all of the matches completed is awkward. I wonder if there's an outstanding judge call or something holding this up. Metagame look like today? Not a lot of Gyarados today, huh? All 3 of the big 3, kind of low overall. Celebi at about 10% combined tier 2. That's about as expected. Mewtwo, Pika, Greninja, Celebi, Moltres, all at the top. Is Pikachu actually the most popular with combined variations? Yeah, there's 2.5 and 1.7, so it's extra 4.2, so like 15% Pikachu in this tournament. Mr. Akagami, thank you for the 20 months. Few other Starmie Lumineon enjoyers. Few Wiggly EX enjoyers. Metal gamers, the purest of souls. My thoughts on the trade leaks are you should always be skeptical of leaked information in any game, and you should be extra skeptical of leaked information that makes you mad, because there is a heavy incentivization on social media to make people mad, because making people mad makes you money if you're a content creator. So always healthy dose of skepticism, extra healthy dose if the information you're being fed leads to you being angry. Does Charizard feed on Celebi? Charizard's got a few good matchups. You should check out my meta report from Sunday on the channel talking about Charizard's rise in metagame prominence post Mythical Island. We are playing against a pretty stock Pikachu EX deck this round. One DDN as their extra basic Pokemon, Zebstrika build. First energy advantage is a really big deal in this matchup. Definitely want to lead on Farfetch as opposed to Staryu. They have one Giovanni, which would let Zapdos or Blitzel super effective clear this in one. It is worth noting here that I have Pokeball and Professor's Research, which is a really solid start for any deck here. Minions, not bad. No red card to be concerned with here, which is nice. Let's go ahead and evolve these. With super effectiveness, the DDN clears Farfetch'd in 2 is noteworthy. They're trying to decide where they want their first energy to go here. This decision is a big deal, so them taking a second to think about it makes a lot of sense. They're going to try and go for the knockout on the duck here, it looks like. It's really unfortunate that we don't have a Misty at our stage 1 to give us a chance to steal back the first energy advantage. Oh, this is just an atrocious draw. If I would have found Starmie and Lumineon, I would have been able to X-speed into this, and then we can evolve out of the paralysis and put Starmie up. But just like literally all of our stage 1s are buried in our bottom 7 cards. And I've played both my researches at this point. I think with that in mind, I need to just crack this. Not excited about it, but it's with the line we've got. And then we hope that Misty can hit heads to get us back in the game in terms of the energy we're going to lose in this exchange. So, like, our line to victory here is they clear this, I put up Finian, I clear the Didion with Finian, and then Misty gets Starmie ready to go, and then their Pikachu clears this, and then my Starmie hits this, and then maybe we finish up. They have 1 copy of Potion in their deck that could throw a kink in this plan, because I haven't drawn my second Farfetch'd, which is also pretty unlucky. So maybe they won't have their Potion. No Potion here. We have a line. It's gonna lean on a Misty Heads here, but the way everything else is broken, I think depending on a Misty Heads is just something we're gonna have to do. So I need to hit heads on this Misty, and I need to hit the 1 and 3 to find Starmie next turn. So low probability, but it's our line to play to. All right, Misty, calm down. We will lose to a Sabrina here also because I don't have double Starmie. So we need a lot of things to break our way here, but that's just kind of how it goes when we miss on so much and they have first energy advantage. So I need to hit the 1 and 3, and then I need both of their Sabrinas to be in the bottom 9. And we miss, so we'll go to the next game. It's pronounced day. I think that's the 6th or 7th different phonetic way I've seen someone type how to spell that character's name out to me, so please go away. It feels exceptionally bad to have every game in a set have the same person have first energy advantage. I really wish they gave us the ability to control that. In these matchups where first energy advantage is one of the only things that matters. It's a little scuffed. %50 to find a star. Cool. All right, this is, I talked about first energy advantage being super important in this matchup. This is why Misty's in the deck. Misty gives us a chance to re-flip the starting energy coin. So there's no big swings. You're not powering up a Gyarados 2 or 3 turns ahead. There's no Blastoise or Articuno. You're purely playing this card because first energy advantage is so important. You want a shot to have that flip happen again. I actually don't think the type advantage remotely decides these games much of the time when I'm playing well. I think first energy advantage is the thing that matters. Like, I know it's easy for people to hyper-focus on everything in our deck having weakness to lightning, but that matters far less than first energy advantage does in my experience playing this matchup a couple of dozen times now. This, Quack You. Get to save my X speed here at least. Is there any reason to play the Starmie out and show them that I have it? I don't think there is, right? Because if they Sabrina me, I'm going to put the Neon up. I don't want to give them damage on Starmie. Marking 40 on here means that the evolution gets cleared in 1 by Aqualiner, which is relevant here as well. They don't have a potion. Giovanni also cracks this, which is nice. If they have their one of Giovanni here, they clear my Farfetch with this Zebstrika, and that's really bad for us. They had first energy advantage, and we bricked out our Misty. Maybe we could catch a break. And they won't have their one Geo. The opponent's deck does 30 damage to any of my Pokemon, but it's noteworthy that weakness does not get applied to bench Pokemon. They know we have 2 copies of Giovanni here, so this Thunder Spear is a big risk on their part. And once this Zapdos takes a 30 ball from, or takes a 90 ball from our Starmie, even if it retreats, it's dead to an Aqualiner. Which is nice. Opponent is also notably playing 1 copy of Potion, so I'm gonna Geo this Starmie attack next turn, so that way they can't Potion around being dead to an Aqualiner. Why would you Giovanni the first attack and not the second? Because Giovanni doesn't apply to attacks hitting the bench. Which is what Aqualiner would be. Now, if they have their Giovanni, an average Thundering Hurricane does win the game here, because it does 110 plus weakness. This is a spot where weakness could matter. They have 1 Giovanni, they're 12 cards through. They didn't have it earlier when they Zebstrika, but they might have drawn it in their last couple of cards. There's the Potion that we played around. Do we have the Geo? They do. Yep. So, statistically very dead here. This game was really close, considering how many things didn't go our way. They have the Giovanni here. They had first energy advantage. What a tease. And that's a unfortunate end. Like, I know we got O2'd there, but those games were incredibly close. If our opponent flips one more Tails there, or they don't have Giovanni, or we have first energy advantage, or our Misty hits, just like any of that is the difference between winning or losing this set. A matchup is incredibly close, and generally speaking comes down to first energy advantage, and the fact that we have Misty means we get to reflip the energy advantage. All right, let's take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We're gonna play some other stuff in between. I'll play till our X2, 4-1 makes the cut in this event. See you in 120 seconds. We're gonna play a little bit more of the what's it called deck when we get back? The Blaine deck. 1 or 2 more games with that, I think. Those types of games are why I've really liked this Lumineon deck. Most of your games are like that, are really close, and there's a lot of decisions to make. Even when you're running bad, you have a lot of chance. $8.35. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Hey, Kodoma, I got you. Will you implement energy advantage balancing in your upcoming tournament series? What does that even mean? Please explain. Help me understand. I'd assume it means asking people to reset the battle till the correct person wins the coin flip. No, absolutely not. That sounds atrocious. You think 2 Farfetch is better than Mew and Tauros? Absolutely. In fact, the question isn't do I play Tauros, it's do I play 2 Farfetch'd or 1. I think 2 is probably better. Yes, I'm going to be hosting a tournament with Spraggles as my co-commentator. It's going to be on February 1st. I'm hoping to have all the details put together by Friday. I've secured at least 1,000 USD worth of pricing. Some cash and some product. That's going to be free to enter. If you want to save the day, it'll be February 1st, and then signups will be open on Friday. Just after the next set releases. Spraggles is in an evacuation area, but chatting with him in private, he said he and his family are fine, and hopefully things stay that way. Yeah, that whole situation out west, very scary. Shout out to the 77 million Americans who voted for the climate change denying administration in spite of everything that's going on in the world. You people are a special kind of stupid. I think you basically don't ever want to play second Moltres out. All right, chat out changes that. Like to put all of these cards on my bench so your silly bird mimics for less. It's been a while since we talked about science. I mean, politics on stream. I forget how many easy, clean bans there are when we bring it up. In the most disappointing way possible. Why are pocket tournaments, all the pocket tournaments free? I want to pay for better prize. There's actually been a couple of community members that have been running like $2 to $3 entry fee tournaments, testing those waters. They don't have a lot of signups. Although I think part of that is a structural issue too, though, because Limitless doesn't have an automated way to collect entry fees. Oh my god, are they putting their Graveler up and attacking with it? This is a huge mistake, gamer. You're about to learn the power of Blaine. A couple of people that have been running nominal entry fee tournaments on Limitless have not been having many people join them. They've been like, keeping an eye on them. I think the biggest was like 30 people. And then we're just super done here. Once they gave up their energy, the only shot they had to win this game was build a golem that I couldn't deal with, and now they're just not going to do that. By the time they get 4 energy on a golem, we're going to have Trogdored it down thoroughly. I guess if they have double Brock, maybe they get there still. Nope, that's not even a single Brock. Oh, they did Professor that turn, you're right. But yeah, them not being able to attack this turn and taking a crack for 120 means we're done here. Because they have no knockout points here. So even if I brick on this, I still do 10 next turn and attach an energy to the second Vulpix, and then I have another 80 cleared up after the fact. Right, so they need, even if they have double potion, I'd only have 60 cleared up. I guess if they have double potion and rapid dash bricks, they could get us. Okay, they have a line. I'm through my blades, yeah. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Because bricked. I don't have any Giovanni's in my deck. Brick Rapidash would only do 10, and then this only does 90. Worth noting, if this Rapidash had been a Magbar, we'd win this game. Yeah. Now we're a coin flip. Never doubted us for a second. I came for Magic the Gathering, so these free tournaments in Pokemon Pocket aren't worth my time. I mean this in the absolute rudest way it can possibly be interpreted. But if you think you're playing Magic the Gathering tournaments because the prizes you're getting are worth your time, you are terrible at math and how you evaluate your time. In fact, it's funny. I was just chatting the other day about the free versus entry fees in Magic tournaments or not, just how terrible the average Magic tournament is in terms of value. For people who are familiar with my tournament background, I traveled to play competitive tournament Magic for many years. In fact, one of the years I finished second on the tour that I played in over the year. I think I played Tournament Magic like 41 or 42 weekends out of 52 weekends in that year. And when I came to do tax time, I believe I made about $21,000 in tournament prizing that year. And then when we sat down and added up all my expenses with the accountant, cards, gas, hotel rooms, a couple of plane tickets, I spent about 19,000 USD on travel and other miscellaneous costs related to playing in those tournaments. Which is to say, the moral of this story is I turned a profit that year. We came out ahead. So that's why I make content here on the internet. It's a full-time job that like pays for me and my family to live. And like traveling the country to play card games is a ton of fun. And I had a blast with a bunch of different people that I traveled with and friends that I made that are still friends today. But you're not playing for value. You're not playing because the tournaments are worth it in terms of money. You're playing because you enjoy competing and you enjoy traveling. A lot of TCG players have this hyper fixation about getting value. And I think they do it quite regularly to talk themselves into making bad choices. A lot of times you hear people about how their cards that they're buying isn't a purchase, it's an investment. And they use the investment angle to justify spending a lot of money they don't actually have to buy cardboard. You are much better off playing games for fun and because you enjoy them or you enjoy the competitive aspect. Not because you have some type of silly idea that it's investment. All right, if I hit X speed here, we might Moltres this turn, question mark. All right, no X speed, so I don't have to think about that. Bro exposing the TCG community. I have a lot of good Magic players and tournament players are degen stories from my time traveling. But I think the one that takes the cake is one of the tournament series I played in regularly. They paid you via check for prize money if you made top 8, but they paid you cash if you made top 32, and they just gave you either $100 for top 16 or $50 for top 32. And one of the people that was playing in the tournament I was in had to concede his match he was playing for top 8 because, and I quote, "If I didn't get the $100 cash from top 16 today, I didn't have money to eat tonight." And that was just one of those, man, we need to make some choices that don't involve going to a Magic the Gathering tournament if that's where we're at in life. Am I playing another Vulpix out? Probably not putting energy on it anyways, so we'll wait a turn. This might want to be another Ponyta. Glitchy, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. As another lesson on how tournament stuff works for the people at home, people talking about they could have sold their cards. Most of those types of players didn't own the cards they were playing with. In fact, even someone like myself who was like financially stable while playing, I didn't own most of the cards I played in because you wanted to change decks enough. Like that $19,000 I spent in that year didn't involve me buying a lot of cards. That was with me borrowing a significant number of cards that I played. Generally speaking, the only time you bought and owned cards as a tournament grinder was the first week of a new set, because you couldn't find cards to borrow the first week of a new set because the vendors and collectors you would borrow from needed them in stock to sell or to play with themselves that weekend. So usually the only time I actually spent my money to own cards was when the set had just released. How much did you make when you discovered? Yeah, so that's actually a fun story. Someone asked, how much did you make when you discovered Hagerback Walker before everybody else? And big testing teams will tell you this too. The way you actually made the most money playing competitive TCGs and being good at them wasn't even in prize money, because tournaments and card games are high variance. The best way to make money was to figure out cards that were cracked before the wider community did, and then buying hundreds of copies of them, and then seeing them put up results in tournaments and then selling them at 5 to 10x. Like running it as a stock market when you just like had the inside line because you were good at the game was actually the best way to make money at it. If they have Vaporeon, this Articuno probably single-handedly clears this out this game, unfortunately. It was very, very common for testing teams. They're like, okay, we figured this out. We're going to go in on a couple hundred and we'll split the profits afterwards. Insider trading the game. I mean, anybody could have had the information. They just got good. Well, this means no Vaporeon, yeah? No Vaporeon this turn, and getting to cook this Articuno for 120 is pretty good for the home team. What was the incentive for people to let you borrow cards? Some of it was they'd be shops that you'd write or make content for, and other bits of it would be like, they were just people that liked you, or they wanted to say you had their deck or whatever if you were someone of notoriety. Were you the first to play Hagerback Walker in a competitive scene? Yeah, nobody was talking about that card before I showed up with the blue-white control deck. That week at SCG. I was SCG Chicago, if I recall correctly. Played on the AstroTurf field at a soccer dome. Alright, one Trogdor, please. Good night. Any tips for wonder picking cards? So there are 2 surefire tips for getting wonder pick cards more successfully. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying to you. So listen up and write this down. The first step towards getting your wonder pick hits more frequently is be lucky. The second step is don't be unlucky. And if you don't believe me, let's go ahead and teach a lesson here. That's how I got these 2 full art Ericas, chat. The first one I got from being lucky. The second one I got from not being unlucky. The 2 is cut off here, so let's gloat. All right, tournament round has 2 minutes left, but this last round also went 5 minutes over, so I'm going to queue another match. We may or may not have time to finish it. Oh, my fire deck. My fire deck is weak to lightning. It's unfortunate. So we don't want double Vulpix here, but we'll play out the single as well as the Ponyta. Tackle on the Voltorb does 40, Electro does 90, so if they have a Giovanni plus Electrode, they actually clear my Moltres next turn, which would not be great for the home team. Although I suppose if they do that, my Ninetales clears the Electrode in one. Does Local Man about to flip 3 tails? I wish Pokemon Pocket had an incentive to play the regular queue over the beginner queue. I actually think one of the singular worst design choices they made with this game is having 2 separate queues. It's very silly expecting TCG players to self-select which queue they belong in. 100% there should just be hidden MMR-based matchmaking. All right, Ninetales, it's Trogdor time. Are all card games as RNG based as Pocket? Absolutely not. Most card games have way more RNG than Pocket. Pocket is one of the lower variance card games you'll find out there. Because decks are only 20 cards. Yes, 20 card decks makes Pocket a very low variance experience overall. All right, so they'll put energy here. We'll clear this. They'll clear this. Then we need to just find a Rapidash for this. We have a match, but our opponent has not checked in yet. They're a Golem Enjoyer, looks like. Are the 2 queues actually separate? I would have just assumed they queue across both. We don't know the answer to that question. Our opponent has checked in. It would be rude to make them wait, so unfortunately we have to be done with this game. So as you just joining us, we are playing Lumineon. With Starmie in today's tournament. We've got a pretty alright matchup into Drudagon stuff. We are playing against Golem Drudagon with 1 Hitmonlee, 1 Marshadow as extra Pokemon. They have 2 Leaf, 1 Giovanni, 1 Potion in addition to Brock. Staryu as our lead is not terrible, but not great. Lumineon here as well. We're going to want to open on Professor's Research, so that way we can try and find our basic for this. There's Finian and Farfetch'd. Lovely. With no red card, I should probably hold the Farfetch'd. There's notably no copies of Sabrina here. If Misty hits even 1 heads, we get to steal the first energy advantage, which probably wins the game on the spot in this matchup. This is, again, why this deck plays 2 copies of Misty, despite only having 2 energy attackers. First energy advantage is so important. You want your best chance to take it back. I am notably only on 1 copy of Sabrina right now. I think we start here. I think because Golem does 120, I'm supposed to evolve this second fresh Staryu into Starmie, and we'll just burn our X speed here. They notably only have 1 copy of Geo, which gets them into that higher breakpoint. They have their 4-card combo plus Leaf all on curve here. This is when the Brock deck is most scary. If I could hit a heads on Misty and they brick on the Geo, we're in an okay spot. Or alternatively, if we draw Sabrina and can put this back to the bench. No Sabrina. It's an extra kick to the gut that we drew the second Farfetch'd, because this previously was second Sabrina. It's probably the game. If I draw Sabrina next turn, or they don't have Geo, we could maybe have a shot here, but Research is a real good pickup. Oh gosh, I didn't even calculate that. They had all 4 cards without playing a copy of Research yet this game. That's so wild. Hitmonlee is going to seal it up here, I think, because it means they'll be able to clear the Starmie after it takes a hit for 120. Yeah, sometimes they have their combination of 5 cards to start, and we miss the Sabrina. That's how it goes. And we miss every Misty flip. And they have first energy advantage. It's been one of those days so far. You look good. Have you lost weight? Yeah, I lost about 55 pounds in 2024. Went from 225 to about 170. We have first energy advantage this round. That sounds lovely. I'll lead on Finian because its evolution has a free retreat cost. If they lead Geodude, we can swap around to the Farfetch'd. I guess this is punishing when they have the Geodude to start. It's just pretty unlikely they have this to start. You know, only 2 copies or whatever. I don't think I'm playing out any bench Pokemon right now. I'm trying to think if there's a reason to. I don't really want to give them a Hitmonlee target if I can avoid it. Playing out Staryu without Starmie guaranteed seems loose. They can't knock me out next turn. And if they energy tackle me, I could go Farfetch'd retreat Giovanni and clear the Geodude. They're 1 potion, yep. Let's slide this back to the bench here. They only have a single potion and no copies of blue, so they have no more sustain for this Graveler other than evolving it. Worth noting that Mars Shadow triggers even if we clear something on the bench. When I get this Golem within Starmie range through its Guard Press. If they put an energy on Hitmonlee here, I'm probably going to clear this Mars Shadow out rather than continuing to pressure the Golem that's dying. Yep. We're looking for a Starmie so I can get this Staryu out down. Oh, man. Oh. I think I just have to hope to draw Starmie next turn. I think I have to clear the Mars Shadow. Because if I hit the golem, they put the golem up and clear this, and then the Farfetch clears the golem, but then the Marshadow clears the Farfetch for lethal. And then they're through their only potion, so I just have to hope I hit the 50%er to hit my Starmie here. I have two Starmies in. Cool. They have no copies of Sabrina. So I think it's retreated to this, and I'm actually gonna Geo here. So that way this Hitmonlee dies to a Smack plus another Geo. I think is a breakpoint I care about. These Geos don't help me hit a lot of breakpoints in this matchup, so this is a relevant one. This is their only Hitmonlee. So this is our second point, and now Starmie clears anything they do next turn. Again, they've played their only potion, and they don't have any copies of blue. And they know they're deterministically dead, because even if my Starmies are my bottom two cards here, I'm guaranteed to have them. Only gonna be one card in my deck next turn. This game shows why this has been my favorite deck to play lately. There's always so many different lines in these games, and it's really fun to puzzle out what the correct one is. All right, game 3. You haven't seen this deck we're playing before, that means you missed our new decks roundup today. You should be sure to check that out on the YouTube channel. This opener is quacked for us. Let's see if they have a Drudagon to run to here. Well, they can't retreat to it this turn because they don't have any X speeds, only Leafs. wonder if there is merit to subreading up the Geodude. We're probably not going to have the option to do that again here. Yeah, I think I should have subreaded up the Geodude and forced them to have Leaf to pull it back out. That was a mistake. If we don't find Staryu, we can get punished for it quite easily. Maybe even with the Staryu, I'm supposed to power up here to go after this if we top deck the Fidian. Go Pop, thanks for the 15 months. Yeah, I think I messed up. I think I should have, I think I should have put the energy on here last turn. Yeah, I think if I would have put this energy here, we'd have had a real shot to win this game. I think because I messed up my energy allocation, we're gonna be dead now. Yeah, I think the line here, because I made the mistake, is we have to Sabrina up the Geodude and then hope that their Leafs are buried. It's our sequence to win the game. I guess I also need them to not have Marshadow, because Marshadow has a retreat cost of 1. Oh, they just have Brock. They had double Brock, yeah. And it's easy to focus on, like, my opponent had it all this game, but I made two big mistakes here. I should have Sabrina'd on the first turn and hit this with the duck. My opponent's draw was very, very good this game, but the quality of their draw would not have mattered if I had made better choices. And again, when you're playing card games, you have two different ways to look at them. You can be like, okay, I could salt off and stay bad and focus on like what my opponent drew and how lucky they were, or I could choose to focus on the things that I could have done better and improve at the game. I had two key decision points I failed here. If I would have put my energy on the Lumineon to start, we would have been killing this golem with the Starmie, and then we'd be in a can't lose spot. All right, if this hits the 50%er to be Staryu, and Misty hits heads, double Starmie could get us across the finish line. We do not deserve to win this game. I played poorly. Can we get bailed out? We also need their Geo to be in the bottom 4. We also need their Geo to be in the bottom 4. We also need their Geo in the bottom 4. We did not deserve to win this game. But it's gonna happen. I made a number of mistakes, and their Geo is buried. They have no Sabrina in their deck. They are just dead here. Made two key mistakes and got bailed out by running 50-50s into them bricking their Geo. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Can't even misclick the Geo. No, their Hitmonlee's already good. Our opponent played that set really well. I definitely didn't deserve to win based on quality of play. I mean, objectively, I did not play that game well to the people that are saying GGWP. Our opponent played well. I did not. We donked that one out after some slops. All right, let's take a brief pause for the cause and roll some ads. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I need to get a new water bottle as well. We got 12 minutes till the next round of the tournament. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. GG wacky plays. Good take. Here, 2-1. Stand up for a little bit, shall we? Did I get enough Blaine gameplay for a video? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get one more. I'll play a couple more at the Blaine deck. It's been fun. I think I'd like one more. Why'd you end up swapping Tauros for Farfetch'd? Because Tauros is just too clunky to get energy going. You just want to attack hard and fast with this deck. I played the Pikachu matchup more and decided I didn't need Tauros for the matchup to be better. Six probably got a little bit of a clunky Charizard matchup. I'd have to imagine they get set up before we could run them down a lot of the time. Especially with first energy advantage. Only having second Moltres for them is good for us. We have our real attackers to get set up here. So energy, X speed, get pumping up. Well, we get to steal that first energy advantage back here on the back of a Moltres, potentially. It's likely a Growlithe or a Charmander here. Hey, how good are your dancing moves? It appears to be a footloose situation, chat. Dancing is not allowed. Full art diff, yep. Not just a full art, we have a flared full art. Thank you very much. The saddest part about this feeling like the better Blaine deck is there's no reason to use my full art Rapidashes anymore. Which makes me big sad. It's such a good piece of art. I assume they're retreating to the other Moltres here. Honestly, I think we're still in trouble here. I need to draw our other Rapidash, I think, to have a real shot. They can always flip 3 more tails. Unfortunately, it looks like the pendulum's swinging back around here. So you're saying there's a chance. That tails is unfortunate because it means they can live next turn. I assume they have one of their retreat cards here. Either another Leaf or another X speed. So they crack us with Arcanine. And then we put in Rapidash and crack them back. And then they clear us. And then we draw a Ninetales and clear the Arcanine. I suppose if I draw Blaine and flip heads here, we might actually just clean them out. Would be insane. One a little better than 1 in 5 to draw Blaine. Edge. That makes us more likely to have the Ninetales at least, though. Go. I don't know if I want another cheap thing on my bench, actually. Another thing with low HP they could Sabrina me into. They shouldn't have time to get this Charmeleon going, right? Charizard. Charizard would be scary, but it would take them forever to work their way up to it. I think we're good to go from here. Because Ninetales comes up, and then because these both have damage marked on them at this point, we get to Flamethrower this, and then Blaine plus Flamethrower clears whatever they have. I guess they could Sabrina us. But if they Sabrina us, they're not marking damage on the Ninetales. It just buys them a turn, and they didn't put energy on Charmeleon, so buying a turn really isn't that scary. And they have to know we're a Blaine deck, right? Like, nobody's playing Ninetales and Rapidash without those cards. So their line here is like Inferno Dance, hope for no Blade, and then clear us with Charizard, yeah? I guess they could also just Energy Heat Blast, but either of those lose to our supporter here. They need Sabrina. They need Sabrina plus Inferno Dance. Sabrina Inferno Dance is how we lose the game here. Sabrina into Inferno Dance hitting at least 1 heads. 2 heads? It would be 2 heads. Would 1 heads be enough? 1 heads let them do 60-60. 1 heads might be enough. Wait, what? Honey. Honey, you had it and you messed it up? Coated plubbed. I guess they could have second Sabrina and potentially be okay here. They have second Sabrina they could get us, I suppose. Because I don't have a retreat cost 1 to go with the X speed. But we're beating Potion. We're losing to double Potion. Usually the Arcanine builds don't have room to play double Potion. They usually don't have room for double Sabrina either. They're very, very limited on their deck slots. They're playing a stage 1, a stage 2, and basics past it. Okay. letting us know what you got. So the opponent could have bricked on the Moltres coins, but if they hadn't bricked on the Moltres coins, I think they were supposed to leave this up and put energy on here with the turn they Sabrina'd me, because I couldn't Leaf and Blaine this to clear it. Close game. Close game. Chance we won it even if the opponent played a little tighter. All right, the round of the tournament is done. Hopefully we'll have a pairing here momentarily. We are currently 2-1. The mono blue tempo deck I've been enjoying. Throw that up here while we wait for the round to pair. My Arcanine Volcarona deck went 6-2 in a tournament, but was the feature of the off-meta video. I must have missed it, Scrimmage. Apologies. Definitely would have merited an inclusion. I named this deck in my editor as Pivot. That's a good name for it, too. Pivot! Pivot! Yeah, schedule permitting, I enjoy getting to fit in one of these community tournaments every day. The matches are just a lot more satisfying than playing the random queues. How does going first in best of 3 events work? Does the game just decide who goes first in all 3 games? Yep. Sometimes you'll play an entire best of 3 and one person has first energy advantage for all 3 of them, which is awkward, but it is what it is. I think playing Vaporeon in this deck without Leaf is nonsense, and I think playing this deck without Misty is also nonsense. Geo's also really good. If you played with Bruxious at all, I noticed you didn't rate it in the No EX video. Yeah, it's just not very good. By the time you're marking damage on things, typically you usually have other better attackers to use. Five minutes past the round. Please, tournament organizer, I'm begging you, push the button. Buttons to push, please. We've had a couple other rounds run over so far today. Yeah, we lost a close set to Pikachu, and we won a close set over Golem. We're 2-1 with a bye in the first round. One matches played. I would love if they would implement a formal best of 3 option inside of the client for direct challenge matches would be nice. That and spectator mode are the 2 things that would make these community tournaments feel better. Playing against Charizard. Arcanine stuff this round. Couple of curious choices here we'll talk about in a second once we get into it. An in-client tournament maker would be fantastic. I think spectator is more important than in-client tournament mode. All right, as always, I'm going to have chats off to the side while we play so I can stay a little bit more focused. We're playing against Charizard Moltres this round. 1 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, 1 Potion in their trainer utilities for our open decklist tournament. And they have 1 Growlithe, 1 Arcanine, and 1 Mew EX. So interesting 6 basics with both, what's it called here? Staryu into Starmie with first energy advantage here. Feels really good. I'll vibe on playing the Finneon out for now. There's no red card and we can't evolve first turn anyways. Want to play around them tempo Sabrinaing us. Thanks for the 2 months, Baker Street. Appreciate the prime hookup. 2 X speeds and a Leaf to allow them to get this Charizard out of the active slot here. They don't have a Moltres to get it out into, which is good for us. Is there any reason to play the Duck out? I think I hold the fact that I have this. Tournament round banner, good call. It's new and I'm gonna forget it sometimes. Our opponent notably does not have a copy of Giovanni, which means this Arcanine cannot clear Starmie in 1. If they don't have another basic, the Singleton Sabrina is going to be a big deal. They have their Singleton Sabrina. Okay, so I need to draw my X speed, a Misty with a Heads, or a Lumineon. A lot of hits here. Swing and a miss. I think I still Sabrina them, yeah? Because putting 40, they already used their potion, yep. So putting 40 on here with weakness means that 110 with weakness clears this next turn. They have their 1 copy of Leaf. Unlucky. Their lack of Giovanni here is absolutely huge, though. I think this Starmie is just enough pressure that we get to run them out of this. Yeah. We have first energy advantage again here. Have Finneon. See if they have their Moltres to lean on. UEX is definitely not an ideal start for them. I want to put 40 damage on the Charmander here. Because with the Lumineon draw, if they retreat it back, we still clear it next turn. Even if they evolve it, it's still dead, right? They need their one-of potion. Might be a real quick round, gamers. Play this out in case they want to be done. We'll obviously Pokeball here first, but we'll just let them know it's coming. Yeah, I think the game's probably done, so we'll play it out before we Pokeball if they want to throw it in. Such a happy little fish. All right, just like that, we're 3-1. Yeah, plenty of time until the next round goes. Let's play a couple in between here. That game illustrates one of the reasons why I've fallen in love with this deck. You get games where you just run people over sometimes, but you also feel like you have a chance in most places. Like, I don't think this deck is the best deck in the format, but I also don't think there's a single matchup where I load up and I'm like, well, just can't win here because of the deck they're playing. I think every time I look at my opponent's deck list at one of these tournaments, I'm like, yeah, we've got game here. Let's make some good choices, run a little bit good, we'll be good to go. Not having any 30% matchups feels great. All right, I think we're gonna do this. So someone in the subscriber Discord server was kicking this idea around. I think it looks kind of fun. Just dual color water, fire, poison stuff. Might be terrible, but I feel like I need to get it out of my system. We are going second. I have a Fire Energy as my lead. I have Salazzle guaranteed. Let's lead on this, I think. I think I'm gonna skip Snap Drops this month. I know I said I was up in the air about it when we talked about it last, but I've just really have been enjoying Pokemon Pocket a lot, and I think I'm gonna skip the extra $300 or $400 it would be in ad revenue probably, and just do this. I'll give myself the birthday present of joy. There's so many sweet decks to play in this game. Having fun playing tournaments every day. I keep doing what we're doing, I think. You know, I actually hadn't even considered the back to Snap questions. That would be hyper annoying. Good shout. Stupid tournament round banner. This is the tournament round banner reminder, and then reminder to take it away is a good lesson in why I don't put my deck list on the screen. It's a shame we didn't draw our other Sandalette. Would have been able to clear this Pikachu. I don't think we can win from here, right? Like, trying to think what the permutations play out. Like, obviously we can kill the Pikachu. And I can do it with this. But then Galvantula locks or kills this, and then it'll lock in whatever I play after the fact. If you haven't seen this opponent's build, I talked about it in the meta report this week. There was a build of Pikachu playing Galvantula and Zebstrika that made a deep run in one of the tournaments. Oh, and there's Zebstrika clears the Druddigon on the bench here? Sure. What's the state of Marvel Snap like these days? I mean, honestly, from a gameplay perspective, part of the kind of like awkward content creator part about Marvel Snap is the state of Marvel Snap is just the same as it was 6 months ago. Like, for better... I actually think one of the funniest complaints that gets leveraged a lot is that, people complain that Marvel Snap power creeps too much, but I actually think it's kind of the inverse. A lot of the things that are good in Marvel Snap have been good for almost 3 years now since the game released, and the gameplay feels very stagnant. Like, it was so refreshing how much Pokemon Pocket changed with just a mini set releasing, and I am so incredibly excited to play with another big set coming up here soon. And it's awesome to be playing a game with regular card set releases again. I feel like Snap probably needs to reassess both their card release structure and maybe even have a rotating format of all things. Like, it really kind of feels like a lesson in why every other card game, Hearthstone, Magic, Pokemon, Paper Pokemon, they all have a rotating format, right? Where there's some way to play a way that's meaningfully different. And the big thing that makes Pokemon Pocket so excellent in my mind, looking at their mini set, is they didn't create churn in their format by just power creeping the stuff that was in the first pack. Tauros and Mew EX are such elegant designs because they give you tools to play into the decks that were good without completely invalidating them. I think was so awesome from a design perspective and how the format feels to play. It was really sweet. That those yeah, Druddigon 2, those 3 cards in Mythic Island alone make me really optimistic for the future of Pokemon Pocket from what are their designs gonna look like. And that's not to say that individual cards didn't get obsoleted, like old Eevee got obsoleted, Kangaskhan got obsoleted, but archetypes didn't get obsoleted, right? Like Pikachu, Mewtwo, Charizard, all still very playable, reasonable decks. All right, I pulled the deck list up here. We're gonna play a few more with this at least while we're waiting for the next tournament round, but I need to run some adverts, and I always try and make sure the ads don't interrupt gameplay, because I always hate it when I'm watching a live stream and the ads go over the top of the game. So we'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back. We're 3-1 in the tournament with Lumineon. We'll have round 5 of that here soon as well. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. No, they don't do card balance changes in this game. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Got almost 600 people watching and less than 500 like button pressers so far. We can pump those rookie numbers up. Do some afternoon pedaling, chat. Feeling it. I'm gonna try and cut the last 10 pounds. I want to cut on my weight loss journey, so we're gonna try and burn some extra calories during the day, I think. What stirred my weight loss journey? I went to the doctor and he told me I should lose at least 20 pounds. I have a peddler as well. How long should I go for? I try and pedal for 60 to 90 minutes a day. I don't really have a distance goal. I just try and be moving for an hour to an hour and a half of my workday. What diet path did I take? I took the especially novel diet path of eating less food. I stopped drinking calories and I stopped eating giant portion sizes. It's so easy to eat massive portion sizes in the United States, especially at restaurants. Yeah, I have a standing desk. Hey, that's awesome, Papa. It's been great. There's been a few people in the community that were like, Jeff, you inspired me. And I made some healthier choices and I've lost some weight, which is great. To take your body some time to adjust to the portion sizes. I tried to reduce in the past and I always got hungry. How do you mitigate that? I just always feel hunger when I'm cutting calories, basically. Which is why it's important that you make sure you're doing it in a healthy way. But even if you're doing it in a healthy way, you're going to feel hungry sometimes. Drinking water can be a good way to offset it, but going to bed earlier if you feel hungry late at night. You can get your calories from more filling foods. Things like fruits and vegetables are low calories. But a lot of that sense of hunger is just your body being used to consuming things, not that it needs it. I'd also like to emphasize that I am not a doctor or a nutritionist. If you're thinking of starting your own weight loss journey and you're not sure how to do it in a healthy manner, you should consult a professional. Am I powering up this stork? I might put an energy on this stork. It's close though. If I draw the evolution for this right away, I'm gonna be sad. I put an energy here. They might just have their stage 2 and clear us out. I don't know that we're going to play much of this deck yet. It's feeling real clunky against anything aggressive. For folks asking about the bike that I use, I just linked the US and Canada sites for their Amazon store in the YouTube chat. Made by a company called Flex-a-Spot. I've been a long-term partner with them. They make my standing desk and my regular office chair too. I've been promoting them for, gosh, probably close to 2 years now. I'm playing it now. It's rough, yeah. Oh, baby. Celebi's just got a brick hard and we'll be good to go. Oh, baby. I don't even know that this brick's gonna be enough for us to get across the line here. Yeah, one touch of confusion a lot of people have when it comes to weight loss and diet is the idea that exercise is key to weight loss. And while exercise is great and you will feel better if you exercise because endorphins and activity and stuff, regular exercise actually frequently makes it harder to lose weight because you feel hungry while burning calories, and then it's very easy to consume more calories after exercising than you burn during the process. So exercise is great. I love my bike and I like to stay moving, so it lets me be active and chase my kids and stuff who are tiny, but you definitely should not buy something like my cycling bike with the goal I'm gonna pedal to lose weight, because that's not how it's gonna work. So that's one of the rubbish bin, I think. This is what I'm currently sitting on. This is approximately 55 pounds ago, though. Overweight white man and adorable toddler sold separately. That being said, being familiar with the demographics of my audience, I'm confident many of you at home can provide your own overweight white man for the chair. How much for the adorable toddler? She's not for sale. That's definitely a sunk cost at this point. I'll never recover. Sunk cost fallacy equals children. Yeah, basically. Alright, our opener is Quack tier at least. Child care costs more than my rent. Yep. It's very comparable to the mortgage price. My wife and I pay about 18,000 USD per year for full-time care for my 4-year-old. Looking forward to her starting kindergarten here soon. It's an EV. Nice. Could this be a Drudagon? Nailed it. What an easy game. If someone with young kids makes a modest wage, it's often costs them money to go to work. Yeah. Yep. That's, people often ask about how I got started making content. And part of that story is when my oldest son was born, my wife and I knew one of us was going to stay home with him. And I had the job with worse benefits and job security, so I was the winner on that one. Wild how that worked after. It did work out incredibly well. My goodness. Never a fire energy, even a once. It's a shame too, because otherwise we could have let this get knocked out and then put this up with fire on it and cleared them out. Would you ever quit streaming for a normal job? I don't think so. As long as this makes a real wage, it'll get my full-time attention. Or like, you know, people ask like, why don't you play like paper Pokemon, for example? It's like, well, I don't play paper Pokemon or Pokemon TCG Live because it's just not sustainable from a business perspective. That's adorable. I'm sure streaming is a normal job in the current era. I mean, that's not remotely true. We say when we talk about normal, it's not necessarily atypical, but like it's gig economy at absolute best. It's a decent gig job if you're someone of my size, but there's a lot of inconsistency there. Yeah, I can't tell if the opponent's like hug or if the client's throwing up because two things died at once or what's going on here. Maybe the opponent's client crashed or something. Darling Sensei, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. I see people say there's a bug with this app. Yeah, I believe that. It's one of those things that like happen so infrequently it wouldn't surprise me if it's bugged. I don't know how I win from here if I'm being honest. I guess I have to draw my other copy of Leaf. I don't think we have an X speed. Which I guess means I should have put this energy here, yeah? Got it. Yeah, all the full arts in this game are really well done. How long did it take for this to go from more than just a side gig? So, how old is my Twitch account? My Twitch account was created in May of 2012. I've been a Twitch partner for 112 months. What's 112 months in terms of years? It's nine years. So I was streaming for about I was streaming as a partnered streamer for 2.5 years before it was making a full-time income. And I was streaming for 2 or 3 years before that, before I made Twitch partner. 65 in dog years, a lot of dog years. It's also worth noting, you don't necessarily grow organically. Like, my stream becoming a source of revenue wasn't just like I was streaming and putting in the hours and grew. My initial content grew in large part due to the fact that I was playing competitive tournament stuff. Opponent misclicked. And then my channel started to grow because people were familiar with me from tournament play. Do we have any news on trading? The only official thing we know about trading is that it's launching in January. Lots of other baseless speculation past that. I started watching because you were playing with Savage Knuckle Blade. What a good lad. The old Nuckle Booster. All right, we've got 3 minutes until the tournament round is done, so might not be able to finish this one. We'll see how it goes. Giovanni, who's ready to scramble an egg, gamers? Maybe there will be time to finish this one. How long before the mini expansion they released the promo video for it? I think it was the Friday before. It was really close to it. They did not give us a lot of notice. Yeah, Snapcaster Mage is a really sweet design. It's sad that it got power crept in Modern. It feels like traditional jobs are becoming less secure under capitalism. So, one of the things isn't just job security, though, in a traditional job. It's wage predictability. So, like, while I make a good amount of money doing what I do here, how much it is month-to-month changes. Like, my income in January could be 25 or 50% more or less than the month before, etc. Oh, did they play a Pokeball? I missed that. That's funny. So you're right. No job is guaranteed. And maybe given current climate, it's less guaranteed than it has been in the past, but the amount you make being relatively stable is one of the big benefits of what I would consider a traditional job. Like Christy, my wife's paycheck is the same every week, essentially. Or every other week, however often she gets paid. All right, I'm gonna let the devil advocate on the YouTube side because someone said something especially silly. Dear YouTube commenter, please articulate to me why you think not being able to trade 2-star cards would be good for the game. Sell me on your position. What platforms do you stream on? Just Twitch and YouTube. Too old to make TikToks. The round timer just ended, so we might be switching over to that here, but the round timers for the server has also gone 5 to 6 minutes over most of the rounds, so hard to know. I actually think it's incredibly unlikely they lock 2 stars out of trading. because locking people from trading 2-star cards largely hurts your big spenders, and making business decisions that are good for free-to-play players but actively pisses off the people that spend piles of money on your game does not make good business sense. No official details on trading. Just a lot of baseless speculation. No, all of my streaming income gets paid to a corporation that in turn pays me a salary for various tax reasons. I think it's far more likely they lock you out of trading the most recent set than lock you out of trading specific cards. How long have I been streaming? Since 2012. I'm not really interested in answering specific questions about how the accounting backend works because I pay a professional to do it and both don't want to say something incorrect and don't want to give people things that could be construed as financial advice. The only thing you need to know about my Texas chat is that Hoaglandia LLC exists and is a corporation, which fundamentally means I have more rights and privileges than you normal peons out there who are just regular citizens. Please, please, please eat me last. Alright, unsurprisingly, this deck is also dookie. Perfect. Our last round pairing is up. It looks like we're playing against the Fighting Aerodactyl deck. 2 Duck, 2 Marshadow, 2 Hitmonlee. The Salazzle Tentacruel deck was also dookie, yes. Waiting for our opponent to check in. I guess I can throw the deck list up while we do that. This has been my favorite tournament deck lately. Looks like our opponent is here. Oh, this package is for me? Thank you.
Yeah, it has reindeer things on it.
It does have reindeer things on it. Okay, I will open it later.
When are you gonna open it?
Who's it from? It's from one of Daddy's sponsors. Upcoming sponsor. Ooh. All right, here, I need you to go upstairs while I'm working, okay? Thank you for bringing it down.
But first, what's their name?
Well, I can't say yet because I don't have a link.
Oh, the name on it?
Nope.
Oh. You just know it's from one of your friends.
Yep.
I don't know who it's from, but I know it's from someone.
So, noteworthy here that leading on Staryu in this matchup is actually a huge liability because they have 2 Farfetch'd and 2 Giovanni. So this could be one of those, okay, they have both, we're gonna be behind on the spot type moments. Honestly, this matchup might be quite bad for us. Aerodactyl's kind of bid for us too, and I just don't have another basic, so if they have it, we're just scrambled. It's unfortunate too, because we're up to 6 basics in this build, there's just 1 basic, and no Pokeballs in our top 8 cards here. Shout out to our opponent playing their extra cards out here that they didn't have to play. The game's changed, but the gamers remain the same. Alright, I have one of my 460 HP cards here, which is nice. See if we can steal back first energy advantage. We cannot. Unfortunate. One of these days, we're gonna go first and hit with the Misty. Glorious. So, if they switch to Hitmonlee and start kicking our back line, I have the evolution for Staryu already, and the Farfetch clears the Hitmonlee in 2. So, I think because we have Starmie here, this actually leaves us in a pretty decent spot. Yeah, the evolution for Finian too. So we'll research. I don't think I'm playing this yet because I want the flexibility to play the other Starmie out, I think. Yeah, despite missing out our Misty Flip, this is a solid start for us. They put second energy on Mars Shadow. I can clear this, they clear this, this clears this, is the way this lines up, so that's not a great line for them. Gosh, if I hit on a Misty Heads, the Lumineon could clear their old Amber, which would be insane. I think I'm just gonna play this out rather than be cute. I have this if I suddenly need to attack for 20 for 1. So I just don't want to get caught with my pants down and not be able to evolve this in the active spot. And now if they put Marshadow up and clear the duck, the Starmie clears the Marshadow, and then they don't have anything to clear the Starmie on the backswing. Struggling to see a path to victory in the opponents from here. They're clearing this instead, sure. Just like hoping for a misclick, I guess. This lets me keep an extra energy on the board. And then with the Sabrina, we should just be done here, yeah? Because even if they evolve this and put it up, I can Sabrina up something else, and the only thing they have that survives the Starmie hit is Aerodactyl EX, and they can't have two of those next turn. Okay. So X speed leaves them not dead on board, but they're dead to Sabrina. Starmie EX is the best card in Pokemon Pocket that's not in a top tier deck right now. I think is a fair assessment to say. Not waste their time and just play my card that wins the game. All right, can we avoid starting on one of our 250 HP things and get one of our 460 HP things? We have first energy advantage, that's nice. Can I have a duck to open? Can have a duck to open, it's lovely. First to act with duck seems quite strong in this matchup. Think I'm putting another duck out here. Having mismatched stage 1 in basic feels a bit bad. Hopefully we can peel a Starmie here. We peel Starmie and hit with Misty. We probably take him to the cleaners. I think it's this. It's close though. I have 2 Hitmonlees. I really need a Finian or a Starmie here. Oh, 2 Starmies and a research. Oh, okay. If we hit Starmie here, they're in trouble. They know we don't have it right now, though. Oh, man. The fact that we're not only missing Starmie, but also missing this basic is so frustrating. They can't start setting up an Aerodactyl until they give up a knockout point, though, so we've got that going for us. If they kick the Staryu, have an extra Hitmonlee, and I brick on Starmie, if all of that goes wrong, we're probably dead. Well, the good news is we didn't hit the critical failure of drawing another Starmie. Or Staryu, sorry. Okay, so I get to clear this, and then Finian can hit their back line, I guess. The problem is they revenge here, and then they can revenge again after this clears it. I think I have to put Finian up here because they already have a knockout point. If I hit Starmie here, we win the game, yeah? Two Starmies and a research. All right, let's find out if that's the truth. I lose to Aerodactyl plus second Sabrina. If I don't draw my Sabrina. For people asking about Lumineon, if I would have kept the Lumineon and let them clear the Staryu, when the Lumineon cleared this, they would have, when the Lumineon cleared this, they would have gotten to revenge me again. So I need to draw my Sabrina or have them not have their second Sabrina. Oh my goodness. Oh, man. So I just don't have my other Starmie to play around Land Crush. And the way they used their first one so aggressively, I bet they have the second. That's really frustrating. It sucks that we low rolled incredibly hard to lose the first game. It sucks that I didn't get to play the first game and then they had it all here and we just bricked for an eternity. Just like if any of these are just the Sabrina or if we would have hit the Starmie sooner. This is game 3. We didn't draw a second basic in the first game and they had Farfetch'd plus Giovanni and got a free win. Because we were just super active. Is Revenge only active Pokemon? No, it's when you get knocked out by an attack. So it doesn't trigger when something like Greninja Water Shuriken clears, but it triggers when Lumineon. Tough beat. Yes, it triggers revenge triggers when Hitmonlee takes knockouts as well. Yeah, it's the end of the tournament. I finished 3-2. Need to go 4-1 to make the cut. No, there's only 5 rounds of Swiss, Alex. And you're dead even with more rounds of Swiss. This is a smaller one. It was 5 rounds of Swiss to the top 32 cut. People are so weird about watching tournaments. Got owned. Like what? An incredibly bad beat into a close game where we had it out to draw and they needed to have a specific second thing too. Like, rats, lost a close one. All right, it's 3 o'clock. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon because usually people clear out once we scrub out of the tournament. I will be back tomorrow. We'll do a nice full day again tomorrow. Are there any tournaments tomorrow afternoon? What do we got going on? 14th. Doesn't look like there's anything going on to play in tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I'll be back. Peace, folks. I'm signing off. 9 a.m. tomorrow, 9:30. Right in there.